Hi everyone, just some quick opening words and then we will get to the game. First of all, if you are not an ASMR fan, you still may enjoy this video. The only ASMR type sound in it is this, me speaking softly. A lot of the game audio is muted because it is meant for relaxation, so if you're into a soothing voice for relaxation, you may enjoy it. If you want to hear all the game audio or even the soft speaking is weird to you, I would recommend clicking off and watching a normal Let's Play. So this is my Silent Hill 2 Let's Play ASMR. I go for the in-water ending. You may be happy to hear that I have gotten my 10 stars, which I discuss a lot through this video. Most of the talking is my thoughts and analysis of the game. I know that Silent Hill fans like that, and so I just wanted to take the opportunity to... I really love Silent Hill 2, and it's very influential on me as an artist and writer. So I took this opportunity to just comment on everything. So the commentary is it's sort of a soft-spoken ramble. One last thing, I'm putting a link in the bio to a fundraiser for a program that I'm part of in my city. We distribute food, hygiene supplies, and other essentials to people in my city who need it, particularly those affected by the opioid crisis. It would mean a lot to me if you donated, and if you do donate, please leave a comment and let me know, and I'll shout you out in a future video. And I owe a shout out to my friend Johanna, because she donated, and this is a perfect opportunity to plug her album. She didn't ask me to, but she just released a really great album. The artist name is Janna, Janna, and the album is called Back to the Wilderness. If you like artists like Big Thief and Phoebe Bridgers, I think you'll love her music. She's really talented. She even gave me a singing lesson once. So please check out her music. It's on Bandcamp, and I know it's streaming. With all that said, what follows will be the entire game of Silent Hill 2 all in one video. I hope you find it relaxing. Please, if you're a survival horror fan, if you like my if you get tingles from it, if you find me relaxing, please don't forget to leave a like. It helps me a lot. And also subscribe, because I will be doing a lot more horror, survival horror, video game content, etc. The gameplay begins now. Playing on hard action level because I'm practicing for a 10-star run. Here we have this beautiful opening shot of James at the mirror in the public bathroom at the observatory. And I love this shot because it's such a great way of introducing us to the dubious reality that James is in. I also really love this shot from behind the urinal. Just like the way that it visually compares James to the urinal. Sounds kind of gross, but it kind of is. It just sets this grimy tone for the game, and the way that like this kind of dilapidated public bathroom compares with the scenery outside. This is supposed to be a scenic area. Just creates this kind of discord. I'm gonna be drinking some tea right now, so excuse the tea noises. In my restless dreams, I see that town. Silent Hill. You promised you'd take me there again someday, but you never did. Well, I'm alone there now, in our special place, waiting for you. That was the voice of his wife, Mary. I got a letter. The name on the envelope said Mary. My wife's name. It's ridiculous. Couldn't possibly be true. That's what I keep telling myself. A dead person can't write a letter. Mary died of that damn disease 3 years ago. So then why am I looking for her? Our special place. What could she mean? This whole town was our special place. Does she mean the park on the lake? We spent the whole day there, just the two of us, staring at the water. Could Mary really be there? Is she really alive, waiting for me? And there we have it. We're off to Silent Hill. This game, I believe, takes place sometime in the 70s, if you look at James's car, and just other things. So I think I will leave in the audio in this part of the game. I think it is pretty soothing, even if a little bit kind of eerie. When I edit this video, I'm gonna have to make a lot of decisions about which audio stays in and which I cut, because there really is some beautiful music and sound design in this game, but then obviously it's a horror game and there are a lot of gunshots and screeches and industrial tracks. So as you run down this path at this part of the game, you hear like a noise that sounds like a dog barking or growling or something. It's really creepy. It's like something is just out of view in the fog. And then the red square that you use as a save point is such an eerie element of this game, and it's never really explained. The way James describes it, looking at this makes me feel like something's groping around inside my skull. And of course, like, you seeing it in a well for the first time, it's eerie. And now we get to meet Angela, who is probably my favorite character in the game. And I'll explain why. Excuse me, I'm sorry, I was just... No, it's okay. I didn't mean to scare you. I'm kind of lost. Lost? Yeah, I'm looking for Silent Hill. Is this the right way? Yeah. It's hard to see with this fog, but there's only the one road. You can't miss it. Thanks. But, yes, I think you'd better stay away. This town, there's something wrong with it. It's kind of hard to explain, but is it dangerous? Maybe. And it's not just the fog either. It's... Okay, I got it. I'll be careful. I'm not lying. No, I believe you. It's just, I guess I really don't care if it's dangerous or not. I'm going to town either way. But why? I'm looking for someone. Who is it? Someone very important to me. I'd do anything if I could be with her again. Me too. I'm looking for my mama. I mean, my mother. It's been so long since I've seen her. I thought my father and brother were here too, but I can't find them either. I'm sorry. It's not your problem. No, I hope you find them. Yeah, you too. So the reason I love Angela is she is such a well-crafted depiction of a person who was abused as a child. You can see it in just everything about her. She's obviously very hesitant, very insecure. She's always sort of on the defensive. She's afraid of saying the wrong thing and offending people. It's just, and then as you get further into the game, you see some of the more disturbing sides of her and her trauma. But it's just, I have seen few or no characters in video games that depict that type of person so well and so tenderly, with such empathy. I'll get into Angela more as we see her more. I also wanted to remark that I really love the intro to this game. You're gonna hear me say I love a lot of things, but I love the intro to this game because you've just seen it's really just nothing but several minutes of walking, seeing very little, just running down this dirt path through a nature area and apparently a back road to get to town. In a lot of games, certainly a lot of AAA games, they would not do that, I don't think. Although I would love to hear examples. But I just can't imagine people being happy with a game these days that begins with nothing but a long walk. I actually asked on Facebook, the Silent Hill Fog posting group, if they know anyone who thinks Silent Hill 2 is an objectively bad game, and some people did, and the complaints that I heard were pretty much entirely about the gameplay. This honestly is like a pretty difficult game, and the controls feel very clunky. Are these marks blood? Definitely a great idea to follow the figure you just saw stalking into the fog with blood marks behind it. As I was saying, the controls of this game do, certainly by today's standards, are very clunky. But if you really get into it and try to take seriously getting a 10-star ranking, for example, because this game has a star ranking system, it causes you to focus on getting really familiar with the mechanics, is the word, getting really familiar with the mechanics, and since I have been, it is a very frustrating game to play, especially with the combat. But since I've been practicing the combat to get that 10-star run, I realized it is actually a very tightly designed combat and movement system. I can't say whether or not it was made purposely, quote unquote, clunky, but I think if you're a true gamer, you can appreciate the controls, and it creates a lot of tension to have to learn to control these kind of unwieldy controls. Oh, that's such a beautiful shot. The monsters in this game are very psychosexual. As you can see, this creature has very defined glutes. And there's more later on. This is one of the tamer monsters, honestly. Yeah, but the monsters are pretty thick. I accidentally just skipped a cutscene, but it was just James poking the creature with his stick and saying, "Is it dead?" This thing broken? Jay, come to think. It sounds like Mary's voice coming through the radio. What the? I'd better take it anyway. I might need it. I'm sure most of you who watch this are familiar with Silent Hill already, but one of the cool concepts they came up with and used in the first 3 games is that you carry around a radio, a pocket radio, and it emits static when enemies are near. I'm gonna probably leave out the radio static from this video because it's not very soothing. So there's this monument here. Something is written on it. Too bad I can't read it because the surface has been rubbed away. Remains of blank swamp. The something of land surrounding this monument was originally swamp, but it was later something ago was nicknamed Blood Swamp because the Blankers poured the waters to wash the execution tools. Perhaps it's for the something that many people have seen something in the area. There are some documents in this game that kind of hint at a supernatural or like cursed background to Silent Hill. I don't think it's worth thinking too much about because I don't think that's what the game is about. It's the psychological horror in this game that matters, and the suggestions of the supernatural are sort of background or even background noise. Maybe they don't mean anything. Also, if you notice on that corpse that I just got the key from, it's wearing James's clothes. There are corpses all over town that are wearing the same things as James. It's a really scary touch. I'm gonna head to Bar Neely so I can check out like one of the most iconic moments of this game. Those who have played it already know what it is. There was a hole here. It's gone now. Nobody really knows what that means. Later in the game, we can speculate more. But holes and the concept of the abyss are a big part of this game. Mysterious holes going deeper and deeper. Kind of sounds like I'm writing erotica right now. Yeah, I don't know if I mentioned this, but I am using this playthrough to practice for a 10-star run. So I had to check if Bullet Adjust was on. Bullet Adjust is cool. When you beat the game, you can like increase the amount of bullets you get per pack. So like I would normally have gotten 10 handgun bullets from that pack I just picked up, and now I get 30. One thing that strikes me when you run about the streets in this game is that Silent Hill is kind of ugly. There's rusty chain link fences everywhere. Oh, the door that wakes in darkness, opening into nightmares. We'll see that again later. There's rusty chain link fences everywhere, and you just saw the dumpsters, and the streets look kind of like they need a paving. There's closed or abandoned shops, and yeah, this is supposed to be a resort town, a special place. It creates this, just this eerie feeling. I compare it to Eraserhead by David Lynch, if you've ever seen that. Even if not, what it's like is the main character of the film is living in this ugly, like, industrial place full of factories, and all this gross, absurd stuff is going on in his life. Here's one of the monsters I was talking about. A mannequin, but instead of arms, it has another pair of legs. I am going to read all the documents in the game, because I personally love reading and ASMR. Choosing death. When life is filled with nothing but despair, some people choose to end it all. I once chose that path for myself as well. At the time, I felt that I had no other choices. After I made my decision, it became the only thing binding me into this world. Sometimes I would cry to myself while thinking of the past, but mostly all I did was plan over and over again how and when I was going to kill myself. I did stupid, dangerous things. I figured it didn't matter since I was going to die anyway, so I went out of my way to invite disaster. I stopped talking to people, and it didn't bother me even when friendships grew distant. So that document kind of gives you clues as to how to get another ending, and I am going for the in water ending on this playthrough. Anyway, as I was saying with Eraserhead, this man basically lives through these bizarre and depressing and gross circumstances, but treats it as if he's living a completely normal life. And that's sort of how this game is. You're in this dilapidated town, but it's supposedly a resort town, a paradise for a lot of people. Ow. Ha ha. I love Laura. I actually vaguely remember when I first played this game, seeing the little girl was so relieving to me because it's just a piece of innocence. This is where we get our first gun. Someone was just going ape with a handgun in this room. Literally hundreds of bullets. I read about the creators of this game, and that room was they intended that room as a satire of American culture because of how easy it is to get a gun here and just the gun culture that we have. Finally have a gun, I can start killing things. Because I'm practicing for a 10-star run, you have to kill 75 things by fighting and 75 by shooting. So that's 150 monsters. So I'm just going to be killing almost every monster I see to practice for that, but this is a leisurely playthrough, hopefully. Ooh, this part is important. What was that? Some kind of noise north of here. What is it? Do y'all recognize that, even if you haven't played Silent Hill 2? That is the one and only Pyramid Head, the most iconic monster in this series. And then another dead guy. My best friend and I are both into, my best friend from childhood and I are both into Silent Hill. And he had played 2 before me because I didn't have a PlayStation 2 yet. And he told me that he played it with his mom, and he said that when his mom first saw Pyramid Head through those bars, she emptied all her handgun bullets trying to kill it. That is one of the most iconic, memorable parts of this game is when you first see Pyramid Head. This room is the one with all the butterfly cages and insect specimens. See, these apartments, like there's a gate blocking there's like a screen blocking the bathroom. Like, what even is that? I streamed this game the other day for my friends, and my friend Annika was there, and she's never played this, and she said, I would simply not reach into the hole. Which is pretty much the general reaction to this part. That's a trope in the series, I think. There's the famous toilet, which is coming up in a bit. Will you stick your hand into this? Will you do this bizarre, risky thing? I think Silent Hill 2 shows it exemplifies things that horror can do in video games that it can't do in other mediums. And one of those things is that obviously in video games you're interacting with a space. you take agency over navigating the space, and the entire experience happens within a space. So in this, right now we're in this apartment building, we can look anywhere we want within certain boundaries. And so the way that the apartments are littered with these, a hole in the wall, an unexplained hole in the wall that has a key deep inside. It sort of plays on the player's own agency for interacting with the environment. And it's, of course, just mysterious and creepy, and it adds to that surrealism and mystery. In my opinion, the mystery is the reason that I don't like over explaining Silent Hill, particularly Silent Hill 2, because you can, there is like kind of a confirmed backstory about the town has a power that draws people in, and people with darkness in their hearts, and but that's just the backdrop. That's not really the content of the story. And I like Silent Hill for the same reason I like David Lynch. And I actually liked Silent Hill before David Lynch, and when I watched, I think Mulholland Drive was the first David Lynch I watched, I liked it for the same reason I liked Silent Hill, which was there's so much mystery, and the point is not to dispel the mystery. The point is to present you with the mystery, or make you face the mystery. Obviously, the stories of these things have content. They have things that you can explain and should focus on, and things you shouldn't. And in this game, you're not battling whatever spirits may be in the town. You're dealing with James's mind and his demons. You have to constantly go into your menu and reload in this game if you're trying not to be reckless. This scene is nuts. Very disturbing. I'm gonna have to put a trigger warning on this video. People should know what they're getting into, but nonetheless. I first played this game when I was 9, and it totally went over my head just what Pyramid Head was doing to those mannequin creatures in this scene. I thought, oh, he's just beating them up and killing them. But he is, in actuality, he's sexually assaulting them. It introduces Pyramid Head as, like I said, this game is very psychosexual. Pyramid Head is obviously a sexually aggressive creature. I love how there's a clip of 10 bullets conveniently placed in this closet that James happens to be hiding in. What a lifesaver. He should leave a thank you note for whoever lives here. Yeah, did you notice Pyramid Head like holding his hand up, and it looks like he was using his hands as sensors or something? I really like Pyramid Head's hands And his hand movement, see, there's like an effeteness to it. Like he's a little bit metrosexual. What do you guys think? I always thought Pyramid Head was a little bit like gay coded. Not like actually gay, obviously, but sort of effeminate. And originally Pyramid Head is like skinny and has like limp wrists and stuff, which are stereotypes. I'm not saying that that actually makes someone gay, but I think James is not characterized as a super masculine person. He's sensitive and vulnerable, and he loves his wife. He doesn't have a super deep voice, and I'll get into that more later. This puzzle that the canned juices I just picked up is one of the most ridiculous puzzles in the game. If my friend hadn't told me the first time I played this that you're supposed to drop those canned juices into the garbage disposal to make the garbage go down, I would have had no idea. I would not have figured it out until I was at the stage of like, what the hell? The Woodside Apartments might be my favorite place visually in the game. I just love the themed rooms there are, like the mannequin room and the butterfly room. It's sort of like the apartments are curated for James or something. The gun room. Oh, please don't spray me. That pool is very annoying to navigate. If you're trying to get a 10-star run, you have to reduce the amount of damage you take. And that pool is one of the sort of danger zones. It's so easy to get sprayed by those creatures. Now that I'm practicing for this 10-star thing, it's hard to not play this game on business mode. Like to always be thinking about how much time I've spent. And I have to constantly pause the game to tally my kills, because you have to have, a certain amount of kills to get the 10 stars. It makes it a lot more fun though. I never appreciated Silent Hill 2's combat until I tried for this. That is absolutely disgusting. The corpse is like shoved into the fridge with it's messed up. Welcome to ASMR. We're talking about corpses. Okay. Vomit noises. It wasn't me. I didn't do it. Do what? I didn't do anything. I swear. He was like this when I got here. My name's James. James Sunderland. Eddie. Eddie, who's that dead guy in the kitchen? I didn't do it. I swear I didn't kill anybody. You're not friends with that red pyramid thing, are you? Red pyramid thing? I don't know what you're talking about. Honest. But I did see some weird looking monsters. They scared the hell out of me, so I ran in here. Well, I guess this place isn't too safe either. What happened here anyway? I told you I don't know. I'm not even from this town. I just. You too, huh? Something just brought you here, right? Yeah, you could say that. Well, whatever it is, I think you better get out of here soon. Yeah, you're right. What about you? I'll leave as soon as I'm done here. Eddie, be careful. James, you be careful too. Nah, that dead guy in the kitchen, he didn't just kill him. Like, that guy is in the refrigerator. So, if maybe I can give gameplay tips as I go. These are called lying figures, and if you shoot at them, they won't attack while you're shooting. They take between 3 and 5 handgun shots to go down. When they go down, from a handgun, they'll be on their stomach, and a second, you have very little time to kick it. Otherwise, it will start skittering around. So, when you're fighting lying figures with a handgun, go for the fighting kill, which is what you get if you kick it. In fact, you can go to the end of the hospital in this game with nothing but fighting kills. You have plenty of time to make up and get all of your shooting kills after the hospital. Another tip is that in this hallway, there are creepers, those cockroach looking things. Those things need to be taken out because they can bite you over and over and do a lot of damage. So you should prioritize killing them. You can keep your light on and wait, stand still where there's no monster, and watch carefully when they approach. When they approach, start backing up, and James will eventually lock onto them with his handgun. You need to shoot them twice to get them to stop, and then kick them to finish them off. I've been thinking of recording a 10-star playthrough and kind of mansplaining it. The garbage bag is torn and the contents are strewn all over. What's this? The police announced today that Walter Sullivan, who was arrested on the 18th of this month for the brutal murder of Billy Locane and his sister Miriam, committed suicide in his jail cell early on the morning of the 22nd. According to the police statement, Sullivan used a soup spoon to stab himself in the neck, severing his carotid artery. By the time the guard discovered him, Sullivan was dead from blood loss, the spoon buried 2 inches in his neck. An old schoolmate of Walter Sullivan's from his hometown of Pleasant River said he didn't look like the kind of guy who would kill kids. But I do remember that just before they arrested him, he was blurting out all sorts of strange stuff like, "He's trying to kill me, he's trying to punish me, the monster, the red devil, forgive me, I did it, but it wasn't me." The schoolmate then added, "I guess now that I think of it, he was kinda crazy." I wonder if he was always crazy though. Walter Sullivan's a cool detail in this game because he comes back later, and he comes back in a major way in the 4th game. I'm not sure what my opinion is on Walter Sullivan in the 4th game. I don't don't know exactly how they decided on that. I feel like they kind of. I love the fourth game. I'll keep it at that. When you like something, you have strong opinions because it matters to you. Um, I can be very opinionated, but I'll try to. Yeah, I have mixed feelings on the story of the fourth game. Like, I'm wondering. Here's another example of what I was talking about with the sort of like ugliness of the town. Like, this apartment building in this supposedly like nice resort town that people come to for vacation, its fire escape was just destroyed, and there's a door leading to a deadly fall. And yeah. And then there's a clogged toilet, and James decides to use his hands. It is good to do this though. 5, 6, 15, 4. I'm on normal difficulty, so it's easy, or riddle difficulty. Wallet in the toilet bowl is another kind of famous moment in this game. 5, 6, 15, 4. 5, 6, 15, 4. If you have Silent Hill 2 save data on your PS2 memory card, and you play Silent Hill 3, there's like an Easter egg where there's a clogged toilet, and Heather goes to reach in and then stops and looks at the camera and is like, who would even think of doing something so disgusting? Which is cute. Team Silent just seem like they're cool people and they're funny. Mannequins are so easy to kill. They don't even come towards you until you get close and you can see the direction they're facing. By the way, this is one of the, I think, 4 parts in the game where you need to really watch out for creepers. I think the next one is upstairs. But yeah, mannequins, like, you can already see their first attack is going to be directly in front of them. So you just need to not be in, like, you need to take the first shot. Or if you're running around them, just run around the back. And they go down in like 3 handgun shots usually. Sometimes 4 or 5. Grab the map. Yeah, there's a creeper down here. I hate these things. This part is easy though with the creepers because there's just mannequins here, so if you stand still, nothing's gonna come hurt you. There actually might be a lying figure, but yeah, when there's a creeper around, you want to make sure not to attract other monsters so you can focus on the creeper first. There's little puddles on the floor in this one that I just love this. A lot of the carpet is like torn up. That's what's I love about the aesthetic of this game that they didn't really do again, is that in Silent Hill 1 it's uninhabited, but it's not dilapidated. It doesn't look abandoned or blighted or untaken care of, whereas in this game the landscapes are ugly. I'll get back to that in a second. This is one of my favorite scenes. Oh, it's you. Yeah, I'm I'm James. Angela. Angela. Okay. I don't know what you're planning, but there's always another way. Really? But you're the same as me. It's easier just to run. Besides, it's what we deserve. No, I'm not like you. Are you afraid? I'm sorry. It's okay. Did you find your mother? Not yet. She's not anywhere. Did she live in this apartment building? I don't know. So all you know is she lived in this town. What did you say? How do you know that? Well, I just figured because this is where you're looking for her. How else would I know? Yeah. Am I right? I'm so tired. So why did you come to this town anyway? I'm sorry. Did you find the person you're looking for? Not yet. Her name's Mary. She's my wife. I'm sorry. It's okay. Anyway, she's dead. I don't know why I think she's here. She's dead? Don't worry, I'm not crazy. At least, I don't think so. I've got to find my mama. Should I go with you? This town's dangerous. Now I know what you meant back there in the cemetery. I'll be okay by myself. Besides, I just slow you down. What about that? Will you hold it for me? Sure, no problem. If I kept it, I'm not sure what I might do. No. I'm sorry. I've been bad. Please don't. Man, like I was saying with Angela earlier, in that scene specifically, like, she clearly has PTSD. She, the way, like, she seemed to be having a PTSD flashback in that scene because when you go to reach for the knife, she instinctively goes into a defensive pose and kind of, no, please, as if you triggered her PTSD by approaching her. And then the way that she's sort of sensitive and irritable, and suspicious, like the how do you know that? Again, just so much lovely subtext that it's top-notch video game writing. I know that this game has some very corny lines, like I'll point them out when they happen, but anyway. I'm on normal puzzle difficulty. I think that puzzles are cool enough on normal. There's something written. 3 bright coins. The ensign is seducer of she, the wind from behind the woman. Formless one, no lies furthest from me. The old one left. Seducer of she is the snake, 5-inch. So like 3 white coins. Okay, snake on one end. Okay, so I think formless one is just empty. Old one is not. And then the prisoner is a woman, so she is a prisoner, and the prisoner's left is where the old one goes. So I think it's far right is the snake. Yeah, it's a woman. And I think the middle will be the. I'll try that one. And then the old one beside. Actually, maybe it starts on the right. I've done this puzzle before. I just don't remember. I thought it would be cute if I like its normal mode, so not too hard. I thought it would be cute if I figured out the puzzles while we play. I think I had it flipped. I should have gone with my first instinct and put the serpent on the right. Let's see. Voila. I got the key. Back to something I was saying earlier though. The sort of abandoned, blighted, dilapidated aesthetic is kind of unique to this game. There's not in other worlds like there is in Silent Hill 1 with the great metal grating floors and the rust and such. There is an Otherworld but it looks different. And in this game it looks like suburban decay. Which is interesting. I just don't see that pointed out a lot. Because that matters to the fans. Really like to when you get some Silent Hill fans together, they like to talk about the symbolism of the monsters and everything, because the monsters are purposefully designed that way. So I think that'd be interesting to talk about with people, what the other world looks like to James. Pyramid Head and more of his disgusting behavior. The boss battle, like, I figured out that if you just shoot Pyramid Head, he goes away much faster. Other times I've played this game, because I'm like stingy when I play survival horror games. Other times I've played this game, I'm like, if you just wait, he'll go away, which is true, but it takes much longer. On hard, you just need to shoot 50 bullets at him and he'll walk away. Like this boss battle, all the boss battles in this game, like I brought up earlier how I really love the gameplay. If you notice, the boss battles all take place in, well, like half of them take place in a tight space. And they're very simple. You're running to avoid a small range of attacks or a small set of attacks, but it requires a lot of command of James's movement. It has this very constricted feeling. It's true of this one. Like, one thing goes wrong and you could take a big hit to your health or die if it's the overhead swing. It's the same with the flesh lips monster in the hospital. They're very frustrating. The flesh lips are a very frustrating enemy. I'll talk about this when we get to them, I guess. But it's frustrating because James moves very slow. He aims his guns very slow. And you really have to study the timing and get very good at controlling him and being very quick on your feet to avoid attacks. I think it actually is very well designed. The abstract daddy boss, way later in the game, which is I think one of my favorite scenes in the game, is a perfect example of that. I was practicing it for my playthrough and I noticed this is designed so that there's very little margin of error. Okay, here's our first dialogue with Laura. It was you, wasn't it? You're the one who stepped on my hand. I don't know. Maybe I did. What's a little girl like you doing here anyway? Huh? Are you blind or something? What's that letter? None of your business. You didn't love Mary anyway. Wait, how do you know Mary's name? So random, but I've been using this stuff called Nimjam Peipakwa. I can't pronounce it very well. For my throat. It's like a Chinese herbal remedy. And it like super helps and it's really great. I'm in love with it. I got it online, but it's like a sugar syrup basically, and you can just eat a tablespoon of it and it has like herbs in it. And it has this really nice like cherry type flavor. But yeah, when my voice is like raspy or tired, I can take some of that and it like won't sound as scratchy anymore. It's really nice. I'm just happy about it, so that's why I'm sharing right now. Apparently, there was a study that confirmed it's effective, so that's cool. They're not paying me or anything, but maybe I'll try to get a sponsorship. Okay, here's a good scene. Mary? No, you're not. Do I look like your girlfriend? No, my late wife. I can't believe it. You could be her twin. Your face, your voice, just your hair and clothes are different. My name is Maria. I don't look like a ghost, do I? See? Feel how warm I am? You're really not Mary? I told you, I'm Maria. Sorry, I was confused. Where are you going? I'm looking for Mary. Have you seen her? Didn't you say she died? Oh yeah, 3 years ago. But I got a letter from her. She said she was waiting in our special place. And that's here? Anyway, I haven't seen her. Is this your only special place? a video of Mary. Well, there's the hotel too, I guess. The one on the lake. I wonder if it's still there. The Lakeview Hotel? Yeah, it's still there. So the hotel was your special place, huh? I'll bet it was. Don't get so mad. I was just joking. Anyway, it's not that way. It's this way. You're coming with me? You were just gonna leave me? No, but with all these monsters around, no, I'm all alone here. Everyone else is gone. I look like Mary, don't I? You loved her, right? Or maybe you hated her. Don't be ridiculous. So it's okay? Yeah, fine. That's a peaceful song that plays during that encounter. I've decided I wanted to read the audio, the dialogue, because that is an ASMR trigger for some people. So unfortunately, some scenes I am not keeping in the music because it would just clash too much with me reading the audio and the audio. I think it'll be cool though to have to have the music come in occasionally. I think there's a really nice song in the bowling alley, and then in Heaven's Night, which is coming up. I think I'll leave those in. Mannequins are very easy to fight. And if you're trying to get a lot of kills for 10-star run or something, this part is a great opportunity to get some fighting kills. I don't know if I said this already, but if you are going for the 10-star run, don't try to kill anything by shooting with a handgun. Like you can go all the way up to the end of the hospital without any shooting kills besides the Flesh Lips boss, and you'll be fine. You'll be perfectly capable of getting your shooting kills. In this run, the Lost Memories. I'll read this to you. The name comes from the legend of the people whose land was stolen from them. They called this place the place of the silent spirits. By spirits, they meant not only their dead relatives, but also the spirits that they believed inhabited the trees, rocks, and water around them. According to legend, this is where the holiest ceremonies took place. But it was not the ancestors of those who now live in this town that first stole the land from the people. There were others who came before. In those days, this town went by another name, but that name is now hopelessly lost in the veils of time. All we know is that there was another name, and that for some reason the town was once abandoned by its residents. That book is unlocked once you beat the game, I think twice. Or no, once you beat the game once, you get the rebirth ending, and you have to collect these items. And it's cool because it gives a little background story on the setting, Silent Hill. I'll wait here. I hate bowling. I didn't come here to play, you know. Hurry back, okay? I love Maria's personality. I hate bowling, she says. And James doesn't really pick up on her teasing. So what'd you do? Robbery? Murder? Nah, nothing like that. Ha, you're just a gutless fatso. What do you have to say that for? I thought you said the cops were after you. No, I just ran 'cause I was scared. I don't know what the cops are doing. But if you did something bad, why don't you just say you were sorry? Well, I guess I run away a lot too. It's no good. They wouldn't listen. Nobody will ever forgive me. Did you find the lady you're looking for? What's her name? Mary? Eddie? Oh, you're James. We met in the apartment building. Yeah, I remember, but are you alone here, Eddie? No. Bye bye. Wait, come back. Eddie, let's go after her. Huh? Laura? But why? Laura? Is that her name? That's what she said. This town is full of monsters. How can you sit there and eat pizza? She said she was fine by herself. She said a fatso like me would just slow her down. Forget you. This town is full of monsters. How can you sit there and eat pizza? Is a big meme among fans just because it's probably the most ridiculous line of dialogue in this game. Especially the way that the voice actor delivers it. I'm gonna talk to Addie again. Who is that girl, anyhow? I don't know. All I know is her name. I swear. We have a good part of the game coming up. I'm excited. So, after Laura. Did a little girl run out of here? Yeah, she was too fast for me. Aren't you gonna go after her? Maria, like the way she kind of, I don't know, scolds or lectures James. I really love that dynamic between them. She did it in the park too, where she was like, and you were just gonna leave me here? Like, she has to speak common sense into James sometimes. Like, sometimes he's just rude. She went through there. Is there any other way? Yeah, there is. Right through there. I love that shot from behind the wine bottle there. I mentioned that earlier. It's like the shot from behind the urinal. It's no good. It's locked. Of course, Maria has a key. I'm having the best tea right now. I'm having a great time in general. I really love trying out this soft speaking thing. I feel like it's more accessible to like non ASMR fans because it's just soft speaking. And I think that a lot of people who don't like ASMR don't like the other types of triggers and the whispering, but I don't know, we'll see. The song that plays in here, Heaven's Night, is really nice. I really love the sort of jazzy elements on the soundtrack in this game. So, it's a strip bar, and it was just revealed that Maria works here. That is part of what I really love about Maria's character. I think that sex workers in video games are portrayed in a very flat way with demeaning stereotypes. Like, for example, the PS2 Grand Theft Auto games. My friends used to pick up one of the prostitutes in that game, and like they would laugh about, getting the services and then killing her for their money back, which you can do in that game. It's really dark. And I remember I thought it was just a terrible attitude. I was a more sensitive kid, which is very good. Anyway, more about Maria after I read this memo. It seems to be about the patients, it says. Jack Davis. He has attempted suicide 3 times in the past for reasons unknown. Although he is normally a model patient who follows doctors' and nurses' orders, he must be watched closely due to his past pattern of sudden and violent suicide attempts. Joseph Barkin. His illness seems to be rooted in the fact that he believes he is guilty of causing his daughter's death. His symptoms suggest a psychotic break and paranoid delusions. Normally calm, but has a tendency towards violence when excited. Joshua Lewis. History of hospitalization as well as numerous assault, battery, and other violent offenses. He has a strong persecution complex and a tendency to solve things through violence. Extreme caution necessary. Dark. Yeah, I think there's another memo in here. The Brookhaven Hospital is there's a lot of very interesting memos. The potential for this illness exists in all people, and, under the right circumstances, any man or woman would be driven, like him, to the other side. The other side perhaps may not be the best way to phrase it. After all, there is no wall between here and there. It lies on the borders where reality and unreality intersect. It is a place both close and distant. Some say it isn't even an illness. I cannot agree with them. I'm a doctor, not a philosopher, even a psychiatrist. But sometimes I have to ask myself this question. It's true that to us his imaginings are nothing but the inventions of a busy mind, but to him there simply is no other reality. Furthermore, he is happy there. So why, I ask myself, why in the name of healing him must we drag him painfully into the world of our own reality? Something else is written by hand. I got the key from Joseph. It's probably the key to that box. Got the purple bowl key. The hospital is a really cool place because I think it's implied that Brookhaven Hospital it at least has a large psych ward. It treats a lot of mentally ill people, and there's a lot of documents that deal with that kind of ponder the reality facilities that people live in, mentally ill patients. That one was really cool. God, we're about to encounter our first nurse. An interesting, something I find interesting is that since the movie, the nurses in Silent Hill have been, they've been kind of enhanced, I suppose, by giving them like big breasts. And I mean, I think the creature design in the movie is really cool, don't get me wrong, but it's interesting because a lot of people's image of like iconic things like the nurses are what was portrayed in the movie, where they're like physically very sexy, whereas in this game it's not as exaggerated. I think they do have big breasts. I mean, it's PS2 graphics, but it's not, they don't have like the big cleavage and everything. Like, I think the nurses are supposed to like be very not sexy, but still have this like underlying sexuality. Like, the nurses in this game are straight ugly. I don't know, and they make nasty sounds. They're truly vicious creatures. Back to speaking of, depictions of sexualized women. I try not to get too like heady in these videos, but just back to Maria. I was talking about Grand Theft Auto, and what I love about Maria in this game is that she's just, she's a sex worker, but she's humanized, and she's often the one talking sense into James. And I have seen some people describe her flirting and such as manipulative, but I don't think, I think probably because she's like a stripper, she has had to learn to be good at flirting because that's how you get money. And it's also just like a charming part of her personality that she's kind of funny and she's chill. If you play Born from a Wish, I really like her, the way she interacts with Ernest. And many of you, I mean, her function as a character is sort of in relation to James's guilt, and she sort of provokes James's guilt. And of course, she does that in extreme ways later on in the game, but at the beginning, when you first meet her and she gets mad, aren't you gonna, bring me with you? And then at the bowling alley, like, aren't you gonna go after Laura? She's sort of like, she's right, she's like, James, you're being kind of inconsiderate right now. And you notice that James is sort of single-minded. I don't know, it's interesting. Like, she's correct. Yeah. And she is the game is complicated, so it's like wondering, is Maria real or not? But I think Born from a Wish confirms that she is a real person with a pulse and with her own thoughts and feelings, and that's what's a little bit tragic about her. Yeah. But that's the thing. James, like I said, a lot of the monsters in this game are very psychosexual, and the fact that Maria is just very in touch with her sexuality, and she's a sex worker. Um, she's good at flirting. All that is just it sort of obviously creates a contrast with Mary, who I think is portrayed as like kind of shrewd. She dresses more quote unquote modestly. Um, oh, fun fact, I forgot to mention this, but Maria's outfit is like directly copied from Christina Aguilera's outfit on the, I think it's the 1999 VMAs, around there. So like she's basically visually almost exactly based on a pop star. Okay, we're dropping Maria off in room S3. James, wait a minute. She's coughing. I'm kind of tired. It's just a hangover. You should rest. So comfy. I'm going to go look for her. For Laura. I'll be back as soon as I can. Got the roof key. I love that so comfy line. That scene, I actually think, I think like that is one of the when she lies down in room S3 is just I think that's like one of the most beautiful scenes in the game, just the way it's like done. For one, the music is really eerie, and then I don't know, the timing and the delivery of the dialogue and all that, and the fact that like he suggests she lie down in this nasty hospital bed in this monster infested hospital. I don't know. And then it's really ominous how she starts coughing, because she's, like she's sick like Mary. I think that I like how the scenes with Maria like will sort of show you things about James's character. Like you'll see again a little bit later in the hospital with another scene involving Maria. But how he was ready to just walk away from Maria and leave her in Rosewater Park, and of course she gets mad at him. And I'm not 100% sure what that says about James's character. One may be that he's sort of maybe a little inconsiderate, obtuse. Another is that he's tired and he's single-mindedly thinking about Mary. Although he does get mad at Eddie for not following Laura, so I don't think I don't know. Like, I'm just pondering it aloud. I think certainly, like, there's the element of, like, he shows, oh, wait, this is depressing. There's something on the floor. Is this a diary? May 9th, rain. Stared out the window all day. Peaceful here. Nothing to do. Still not allowed to go outside. May 10th, still raining. Talked with the doctor a little. Would they have saved me if I didn't have a family to feed? I know I'm pathetic, weak. Not everyone can be strong. May 11th, rain again. The meds made me feel sick today. If I'm only better when I'm drugged, then who am I anyway? May 12th, rain as usual. I don't want to cause any more trouble for anyone, but I'm a bother either way. Can it really be such a sin to run instead of fight? Some people may say so, but they don't have to live in my shoes. It may be selfish, but it's what I want. It's too hard like this. It's just too hard. May 13th. It's clear outside. The doctors told me I've been released, that I've got to go home. And then I think it ends there. The diary ends here. What was the diary doing up here? A mystery that will not be solved. Oh, there's our boy. So brutal. He hits him with the sharp end of the knife. Sharp side. And I love the way he wields that. My friend Vesper made a meme of that where Pyramid Head is standing there holding his knife, kind of looking down from the roof. It is Tuesday, my dudes. She posts it all the time on Tuesdays in our group chat. Here's one of the puzzle solutions. Turn the numbers. Better not forget them. So I'll write them down here. The other one, my secret name. 3191. Oops. Now it's unlocked. Gotta be very careful of nurses right now. When Pyramid Head knocks you off the roof, it puts you in red health. And I am trying to stay at low health for long periods of time because that's one of the requirements for the in-water ending that I'm going for, which is, like the memo said in the apartment, searching for another conclusion. You have to behave as if suicidal, as if you don't really care too much about your survival. Ooh, that jab attack. Very lucky I didn't die from that. Diary on the hospital roof is very emo, and the line where it's like, if I'm only stable or something when I'm drugged, who am I anyway? That hits so hard. Because, like, it really is like, for that to make you question your entire identity, if your body without drugs isn't what the world will allow you to be, then who are you? I don't know, something to ponder, definitely something to relax to, huh? A typewriter. I know it, I know the number of the box, 4987. It can't help him anymore. The button key doesn't scare me, so nobody can stop who I am. I don't know who I am, is who I am, is who I am, is. The memos in the hospital go so hard. Because, of course, James is in a dubious reality. Just fired a bullet unnecessarily. The Lapis Eye key. So after getting this key, I can just go open the box, but There's some items in a room up here. The nurses in this game don't really scare me. They stress me out if I'm trying to avoid damage for like a 10-star ranking, but they don't really scare me that much. But the nurses in the third game scare the crud out of me. They like when you enter the room. I'm gonna probably do a let's play of Silent Hill 3, so like I'll cover that in that, but when you enter the room, you hear very heavy breathing, like very like hyperventilating. Even if it's in a hallway, you hear it throughout the entire hallway. And they scream when you're fighting them, like very loud, and it's just scary. Man, it's lucky I haven't been hit by nurses. I didn't realize I'm at the point of like one more hit and I'm dead. But if you're watching this, I did not die, so don't worry. To the weird box. What will we find inside? Louise, I'll take care of you forever. It's my destiny. Who is Louise? The crazy thing is, I love like reading these memos and hearing about these people, these characters, but you never learn anything more about them. Like, who is Louise? Who is this and that? Who wrote the diary on the roof? The hospital is like alive with, like, it's, I don't know. It's just very alive, like it's lively, it's full of people. But you don't really get to meet those people. Okay, I think the ones sometimes look like a 9, and then the 7s sometimes look like. Let's check this out. Wallet in toilet bowl. I love that memo name. 3196, I think. That might be a 6. I think it's not a 7. Yeah, 31. Or maybe it's 3195. There we go. Beep. Boop. Beep boop, beep boop. There are a few hairs inside. What the heck? There are some seriously ridiculous puzzles in Silent Hill. I love that about survival horror. It happens in Resident Evil. Of course, there's like the same type of puzzle, like use this and this item to have this effect, and you have to kind of guess. But in Silent Hill, it's like always completely off the wall. Like, use this random person's hair and a fish hook to retrieve a key from the train. Or in the third game, or yeah, there's another puzzle later in this game in the prison that's like that. I will be discussing that when the time comes. In Silent Hill 3, there's one where you have to get a rotten piece of liver out of the fridge, and then some rubbing alcohol in a match, and you have to like use the liver as the base to burn. So I don't know. And then there's another one where you have to get a plastic bag and find this bucket of blood and like put the blood in the plastic bag. It's ridiculous. I think there's some much needed ammunition in this room. Better heal up before the boss that's coming. There's Laura. She's got like 3 teddy bears. Laura. Huh? You know my name? Eddie told me, that big fat blabbermouth. How do you know about Mary? What's the big deal? Why can't you just tell me? You gonna yell at me if I don't? No, I won't. I was friends with Mary. We met at the hospital. It was last year. You liar. Liar. Laura, Fine, don't believe me. But last year, Mary was already. I'm sorry, Laura. Anyway, let's go. We can talk about this later. This is no place for a kid. There are all sorts of strange things around here. I can't believe you haven't even gotten a scratch on you. Why should I? I don't think Laura sees the monsters. I think Laura's in a slightly different reality. Wait. There's something I gotta get later, okay? But it's really important. What is it? A letter from Mary, huh? I want to go get it. Is that okay? Yes. Laura is such a good. She's a clever kid. Come on, hurry up. Is it in there? Yeah, in the back. I would definitely bring Laura in here with me. What are you doing, Laura? It's further back in the desk. Laura, what are you doing? She slammed the door. Oh my god. I love this scene too. Ha ha, I tricked you. Open the door, Laura. Why should I? I'm a liar, right? Want me to open it? Huh? Do ya? What's the magic word? Oh my. Laura. Okay, I guess I won't open it. Just say please, James. I think I'll just leave you like this. You snotty little brat, open up. Why, you, Laura, you fart face. She just disappears. Yeah. First of all, I love that I love the scene where the flesh lips are like the past scene we just watched. The way that like in the middle of the scene it just shows a close up on them out of nowhere, and you're like, what is that and where is that? And then how it like swings from the ceiling. It's just a very well done like scene. Like it would be a great scene in a movie. And then obviously I don't have to explain the imagery. It's pretty yonic and rotted, and the feet. I feel like I don't know. I'm not going to get into it with the feet, but you can imagine in this day and age what kind of significance those hold. Yeah, I think I really like about Laura, like when I first played this game as a kid, one, I didn't really pick up on it, but like she kind of hates James. And like she like I don't know, you think she's just like a mean kid at first, but she hates him, and that's why she did this. Um and she has like good reason. I think she's another one of those people kind of I don't know, revealing James's the character of James or something like that. This boss is pretty easy. I messed up a few times, but really like if you keep moving, you're fine. And keep in mind that if one of them is near to you and you shoot it, there will be a brief recovery period, which is just enough for James to put his gun down and for you to run away from its range of attack. So what you just want to avoid having two of them near you at once, because if you shoot one, the other one has an opening to attack. Also, you hear the siren at a few points in this game. It's really interesting. After you defeat Pyramid Head, you hear the siren. And then at this part, you hear the siren. And I think those are the only two parts where you hear the siren. And now we're in the Otherworld Hospital. The nightmare version of the hospital. Yeah, but you know, the significance of the siren has never been explained. I don't remember if you ever hear the siren in the third game. I actually don't think you do, but yeah, in the first two Silent Hill games, you just like the siren signals the passage into the other world. More advice should you be going for the 10-star. If there's ever two monsters close to each other, do not be impatient, because your number one priority should be avoiding damage. And it's common if you knock one over and there's another one beside it, and you try to go and kick the one that's knocked over, that gives the other one an opening for attack, and usually they will succeed in that attack. So do your best to get them both knocked down at the same time. So once one is knocked down, start shooting the other. Yeah, I don't know why, I just feel inclined to ramble that advice to you right now. And another thing that's interesting and unique to this game with regard to shooting is that the monsters kind of recover. Like, the monsters will go down much quicker and easier if they are shot continuously, rather than take a couple shots, shoot another one, switch back to shooting. And that's one of the big challenges with getting shooting kills. I think that this James's Otherworld version of the hospital is really interesting. I'm trying to understand it because obviously the walls look a little bit rotted or peeled or something. What gets me is like the plastic, or I don't know what it is, that wraps a lot of the doors. And there's furniture and boxes covered in plastic in a lot of the rooms. I don't know if it's supposed to look shut down and abandoned, like they packed everything up, or I don't know what it is. But it's very eerie, and the walls are covered in plastic. There's a piece of paper. I was locked up inside the basement's basement. It was so small and dark, and I was so afraid. I dropped my precious ring, but I will never, ever go back there. That, that memo's so creepy. And then there's this, I don't know, mythological or religious. It looks like hell, you know, with the hands reaching up to the basement's basement is just crazy, creepy thing. I don't know what exactly it means. Like, I don't know if that person just found their way to the basement's basement, or if it's used as sort of like solitary confinement, which is really eerie. In the third game, it's if you actually you revisit the Brookhaven Hospital in the third game, and it's very interesting to see it from that perspective. But you find memos that reveal that one of the doctors is abusing one of the patients. So it definitely is not beyond the realm of possibility that they'd be using cruel practices like locking patients up in a small room in the basement. Scary stuff. Silent Hill just gets so dark, and it never feels, to me, like a lot of the dark things that Silent Hill does never feels cliched to me. It never feels gimmicky, it feels genuinely dark. At least in games 1 through 3. I haven't played the others in a while. Yeah. Silent Hill Downpour definitely gets very corny with its scary thing, you know, background information. Yeah. Playing the third game though, playing these two back to back is, I love it because Alessa's, I should say Heather's version of the hospital, her Otherworld version, is very different from James. It's very off the wall. It's got like this moving red fuzz all over everything. It looks so bizarre. And also bravo to everyone who designed it visually, because it's like beautiful. It's beautifully disgusting. But yeah, it sort of implies that everyone has their own version of the underworld, or not underworld, otherworld. There's a sweet memo in this room. Some doodle. She is an angel. No one knows, only I can see the lady of the door. They cannot walk along her bridge of thread. They fall from the weight of their crimes. Like bloated and ugly corpses, their sins, she devours them. Sin and sinner alike, she saves me. She is an angel. There's a lot of people obsessed with other people in this hospital memos. Like Louise, that person obsessed with the angel. Pardon me. I don't think I really need to go in any other rooms on this floor, but it's fun to look at. I really want to learn more about how they designed James's other world, because it's so unique. It's not like the other world in the first and third games. There are empty medicine bottles here. Is Maria sick now too? It's very ominous. Also, the fact that that room is covered in sheets. It's always full of nurses. Nurses are the second most annoying monster in this game when you're trying to avoid damage. The most annoying ones are the abstract daddies, but there's only a couple of those, so I'm gonna have to say I hate nurses the most. See, what is that pillar doing there? Like, there's just a random pillar in that spot now where there wasn't before. I did read I think the general idea in Silent Hill, because I read that Book of Lost Memories, which is a pamphlet or something they released. I think the general idea is that Silent Hill reflects the protagonist's like darkness, inner darkness. So I'm just wondering, like, what exactly is James projecting to create this vision of the hospital? There's a shelf here with red handprints on it. I love the orbs in the light. Good cutscene. James, Mary. Oh, Maria, it's you. I thought you were. Sorry. Anyway, I'm glad you're alive. Anyway? What do you mean, anyway? You don't sound very happy to see me. I was almost killed back there. Why didn't you try to save me? All you care about is that dead wife of yours. I've never been so scared in my whole life. You couldn't care less about me, could you? No, then stay with me. Don't ever leave me alone. You're supposed to take care of me. So what about Laura? Did you find her? Yeah, but she ran away. We've got to find her. You really seem to care about her. Do you know her? I never met her before. I just feel sorry for her. She's all alone. And for some reason, I feel like it's up to me to protect her. Here's that ring that person wrote about. It's in a little puddle of blood. I wonder what happened to that person. Anyway, I love that anyway. What do you mean anyway? Fun story. In high school, we had this class and it was like sort of like philosophy. If you did IB, it was theory of knowledge, but don't worry about that. One of like our projects we had to do was we had to present a piece of art and like answer a question, kind of a knowledge question about our art, or explore, I don't know, but mine was because this was a hot topic back then, mine was our video games art. And I presented the E3 trailer for this game, which contained that anyway, what do you mean anyway scene. Okay, time for this creepy thing. The radio starts going wild and hi there everybody, thanks for tuning in. Welcome to another exciting edition of Trick or Treat. Here you either answer the questions correctly and win a great prize, or fail to answer correctly and receive the punishment. It all depends on you. And our lucky, or should I say unlucky challenger today is James. James Sunderland. Are you ready to play Trick or Treat? Okay, here's your first question. Merry-go-round, haunted house, roller coaster, Ferris wheel, and teacups. Silent Hill is home to a thrilling amusement park that both children and adults love. The question is, what is the name of this amusement park? 1. Fantasyland. 2. Silent Hill Amusement Park. 3. Lakeside Amusement Park. Okay, quickly on to question 2. Silent Hill witnessed a gruesome murder a few years back. A brother and sister were playing in the road when they were attacked and chopped into pieces with an axe. Torn flesh, smashed bones, splattered blood, and finally, what a terrible tragedy. What a gruesome end to such innocent lives. What was the name of the murderer who committed this vile act? 1. Walter Sullivan. 2. Scott Fairbanks. 3. Eric Gine. Now for our third and final question. South of the lake is a deserted old neighborhood called South Vale. From there to Paleville, the central resort area north, there's only one road you can take. Just one road. No more. The third and final question is, what is the name of that road? 1. Bachman Road. 2. Rendell Street. 3. Nathan Avenue. Well, that's the last of our questions. Have you got it all figured out? When you know the answers, head to the storeroom on the 3rd floor to collect your prizes. But be careful. If you're wrong, well then, everybody, thanks for tuning in. See you again sometime. Bye-bye. That scene is really creepy because there's like a cheering audience in the background and then there's this like circusy type music. I don't know what it is. Like some kind of band is playing, but it's like just mostly just like this weird, like a cowbell or something. I don't know. I remember when my best friend and I first played through this game, like we beat it over the course of, I don't know, a few nights or a few hangouts. You can't open it? Yeah, Maria, give me a hand here. Come on, you're supposed to be the big man around here. How's a little girl like me supposed to help? What's this? Not very cute, is it? Here, James. You take it. Thanks. Got the lettering. Yeah, when my best friend and I first beat this game, we were in 4th grade, and I remember that trick or treat thing like scared the crap out of us, but we knew the answers to the first and second one because we'd played both games, so we knew it was Lakeside Amusement Park and Walter Sullivan. But I remember one of the options on the third question is Bachman Road, and I remember Bachman Road was the way to get to the lake in the first game, so I thought it was Bachman Road, but he knew that it's Nathan Avenue. I just remember disagreeing about that, and then I thought about it, and I think what caused me to choose Nathan Avenue was that, I don't know, it was like intuition, but it was also like Nathan Avenue is in this game. They probably wouldn't give, I don't know. I have a I remember a lot of things from my childhood, so you'll hear me telling stories of my childhood a lot. It's weird. That's one of my quirks, is I'm always just like, and here's this random story from when I was 8 years old. But I love to tell those stories when I'm talking about Silent Hill, because those were the ages I were when I beat this game. It's also just a wonderful memory because my very best friend, since I was 8 years old, Silent Hill was one of the things we bonded over, and we both beat one of our favorite games together in his grandma's basement. I'll tell more stories about that later, it's funny. I remember when we were in the prison area in that game, we were so scared, and we also figured out a puzzle, and we felt very clever for figuring it out. There's a note on the ground. I took the director's key, the one to the museum. I hid it behind the praying woman when I went out for the day trip. I picked it up, but I did not steal it. I'm not a criminal. Criminal spelled like that with a K and 2 M's. Looks like it could be like a conscious rapper's name. Like Immortal Technique sort of thing. This is criminal. And he raps about stuff like mass incarceration, but then also like chemtrails. Because he's a conspiracy theorist correctly about some things. Then also a little misguided. Okay, I was reading that if you try and push Maria at this part, it makes it easier to save her. Because I realized I better heal. Because Pyramid Head is here. Oh, gotta empty. This is a good guide if you're ever trying to beat it. Empty a whole clip into Pyramid Head as soon as you round that corner. And then haul butt. And then hurry around this thing and just shoot. Another full clip. And then just run and don't stop. Man, this next part is very harrowing. elevator doors open up. Oh no, no, James. James. Maria. There's a really pretty song coming up. This next part is called Magdalene. It's just like, I think it's just like the same chord over and over again, or it's like two different chords. It's a very beautiful, sad song. They play it in the last scene of the Silent Hill movie. It's a very effective song to play at that part because it's a sad scene in the movie. I remember my sister was babysitting me once while I was playing this, and she was like watching. She'd never played it before, never really got into these games, but she was like, "Get off the ground, James. Maria's dead, quit sulking." And I think about that a lot. He who is not bold enough to be stared at from across the abyss is not bold enough to stare into it himself. The truth can only be learned by marching forward. Follow the map. There's a letter and a wrench. I have no idea who writes these notes in this next few parts, but someone is writing James letters and telling him where to go. I copied them onto my map. And there's Laura, just peaceful as ever, walking on the street in the dark. I quit my shotgun. This next part, the song is so pretty. Maria's dead. I couldn't protect her. Once again, I couldn't do anything to help. Laura has run off somewhere. Mary, what should I do? Are you really waiting somewhere for me? Or is this your way of taking? I'm going to find Mary. It's the only thing I have left to hope for. Okay, this next part I'm definitely going to cut down because I am just doing it to practice the killing spree for my future 10-star run. When you leave the hospital, when you're going for the 75 shooting, 75 fighting kills, when you leave the hospital is your opportunity to get a lot of those kills. So you should just run the streets, run around the streets, finding the monsters, which they respawn and they're everywhere, and start killing a bunch of them. And then, if you're curious, this is the technique. I'll keep this in so you can watch. Of course, I'm gonna do kind of poorly, probably gonna get hit a lot, but so you want to get just outside of their range of attack, blast them with a shotgun until they fall down, and then run up close to them and blast them again while they're down. And when you run up close to them when they're down, you want to get to their side or behind them. Sometimes they'll die in 2 shots, so you don't have to worry about it. But when after 1 shot, they will stand back up, and you want to wait until they stand up completely to shoot again, because it will have no effect if they're in the middle of the standing up animation. So basically and you want to be up close because the shotgun does more damage up close. So it's basically 1 or 2 shots to knock them down. When you're far enough away, it'll take 2 shots, and no more than 1 shot. See, I just got hit there. No more than 1 shot while they're down. And just, it's like a cycle, up and down, up and down. And so there I'm facing 2. One important thing is that when there are 2 of them beside each other, like I've said, avoiding damage is your #1 priority. So back up. I do not recommend staying there and trying to finish off one nurse while another one is approaching, because as you can see, the shotgun animation is very slow, and after you shoot, there's a second or 2 of him cocking the gun and putting it down, and before you shoot, you have to aim it, and you're just very vulnerable. So if there's 2 next to each other, ammo will never be a concern if you have your bullet adjust up, which you should, and if you're picking up the ammo. So back off and try to blast both of them at the same time, or alternate, and just keep shooting. And it takes a lot longer, but they will eventually die and you will avoid damage. Especially earlier in the game, you want to avoid damage as much as you can, because at later parts of the game, there are, especially with the bosses, with the abstract daddy, and with, well, I don't want to spoil it, but the one after that, and then especially if you're going for one of the normal endings, which is very hard, because if you're the last 2 bosses are they do a lot of damage, and there's little margin of error. So rather than creating a frustrating situation for yourself, you want to have taken as little damage as possible by later in the game, so that you have a little bit of breathing room, so that if you get hit a couple times, it's not going to ruin your run. Also, you should be keeping a tally of all the monsters you kill and by which method. It's determined by how you finish the monster. So if you shoot them down and then kick them, that's a fighting kill. And if you finish them with a gunshot, that's a shooting kill. I read on one guide that for shooting kills, you have to finish them entirely with guns, but I don't think that's true, because on Rumen and Love's 10-star no bullet adjust run, he uses the chainsaw a lot to bring them down, and he still gets his shooting kills. Okay, now we're gonna go down Saul Street and make our way to the other part of town to go get that letter and wrench. This is a cool part because it kind of doesn't reference. So this steel grating over an abyss. You don't see this much in this game, but this is one of the things that happens in the other world of the first Silent Hill. But it happens a lot in all of the other world buildings. You encounter gratings over an abyss. So it's another one of those links, and I'm not sure what it means. Why it only appears once for James, but still appears nonetheless. Well, it actually appears again later once, but yeah. And then there's monsters beneath it. I ran past them because they're a pain, they do damage, but the mandarins are what they're called. That's the hyper spray. That's the secret weapon you unlock. Yeah, the mandarins are scary. They hang on to the underside of the metal grating and travel around, and if you walk over them, they have these tentacles that they hit you with. They're a sad, weird monster because if they let go of the underside of the grating, they're gonna fall into the blackness. It's got some very interesting implications and symbolism. I'm gonna run into Neely's bar where we saw "there was a hole here" message. This is a real creepy, really dark edition here. There it is. There was a hole here. It's gone now. But then, if you look, if you really want to see Mary, you should just die. But you might be heading to a different place than Mary, James. A very acidic message. And at this point in the game, you're wondering, why is that message so evil and mean and hostile? And who's writing it again? Who is this person leaving messages for James? It's not really clear. So I'm gonna finally go pick up that wrench from the porch of this house. Got a wrench and time to read the letter. Or perhaps you are a fool. The truth usually betrays people. A part of that abyss is in the old society. The key to the society is in the park, at the foot of the praying woman, inside of the ground, inside of a box. To open it, I need a wrench. My patient buried it there. I knew, but did nothing. It made me uneasy to have such a thing near. I wasn't looking for the truth. I was looking for tranquility. I also saw that thing. I fled, but the museum was sealed as well. Now no one dares to approach that place. If you still do not wish to stop, James, I pray to the Lord to have mercy on your eternal soul. So they're really starting to... It feels like James is really starting his descent into hell now, like it's becoming a trial. Someone is directly judging him. And he's being told of the abyss and told to go to this and that place. Yeah, I'm gonna have to cut out a lot of this killing. But, here's one of those instances where I was a fool. I tried to fight them both at once. It's good though, it'll help me get the ending because I've been in bad, low health this whole time. Now here's that door. The door that wakes in darkness, opening into nightmares. Now that night has fallen, the door is unlocked, whereas when we first went by, when we were going to the apartments, it was locked. Alright, this is the last section of this part. Just gonna keep killing. Okay, we're right by Rosewater Park. Our next destination. Where I gotta go find that statue. There's always a nurse here and then some ammo. This is also obviously when you're doing a 10-star run. Basically, the concept of this part is run around looking for items, and because there's items all over the place, so you can like explore all the streets, and there will be monsters wherever you go. My roommate just made a noise. I hope that doesn't. That's his yawning noise. Where's this stupid statue? Okay, there's the statue. I will dig. Beneath the statue. I think this is that memo when you're leaving the hospital about with the criminal. I think that he was saying he stole it and hid it here. And I wonder who that person was. The small metal box. I have to use the wrench to open it. And I'm examining Angela's knife a lot because that's one of the requirements for the in-water ending. Because the knife is implied to be a suicide weapon. When you see her in the apartments, James is telling her whatever she's thinking, don't do it, implying that she's suicidal. Which is another topic in this game that it's another topic that this game delicately deals with and compassionately, and it's not afraid to go there. The characters all, I think what Eddie, Angela, and James have in common is that they all have to reckon with killing others and themselves. And like I was saying earlier with Angela, I really love how fearless and compassionate they were in how they depict her as a traumatized person. Not only in the signs of trauma in her personality and the signs of PTSD, but they aren't afraid to also depict her suicidal urges, which are very common part of PTSD. Being suicidal, being self-destructive. I don't know of very many video games that deal with things like that, certainly not big studio video games, in a way that isn't sensationalistic or cliched. And that's part of why I love this game. I think this is a very valuable game. Because it does as much as many other pieces of art can do. So finally, I have made my way up Nathan Avenue to the Silent Hill Historical Society. And of course, I got whacked by a nurse. nurses are so aggressive on hard mode. There's like the version of nurse you see there is like a darker brown color than the ones you first encounter, and I don't know if they're a little different than the other nurses, like if they're any stronger or more aggressive or anything. This place, it's like abandoned, like everywhere else in the game. Like, is there any locale in this game that still looks inhabited, and why is it like this? Oh, actually, in the other room, there's some cool pictures and plaques we can look at. So I'm gonna check those out. This one is very important. Misty day, remains of the judgment. It's him. The Pyramid Head. So Pyramid Head is like an executioner figure. Wiltsea coal mine. So I guess Silent Hill did begin as a coal town. Waterfront landscape. Alan Smith, date of birth and death unknown. A scene of this area from long ago. From the style, it looks like it was done sometime around 1820. There were a lot fewer people then, and only a handful of buildings. I'm sorry if there are any loud car noises in this. I'm going to use background noise reduction, but some of them may seep in. So I hope you can still enjoy. Brookhaven Hospital, 1880. This hospital was built in response to a great plague that followed a wave of immigration to this area. It was originally little more than a shack, but it gradually grew and grew. Photo of the director of the old Brookhaven Hospital. There's a photo of a deep, deep hole. What could it be? That is very spooky. This part, I don't know if it's just me, but I like this part because it apparently goes down, but the dimensions are weird. If you look at it, sometimes it looks like you're going up. It's hard to tell which direction you're running, and if that is purposeful, well, I wouldn't put it past them, because spatial disorientation and everything like that, the idea of a warped reality is a big element of this game. There's also a really creepy ambient background noise in this little hallway. I don't know if in the final version they'll be able to make it loud enough to hear, but it's very scary. It sounds like a foghorn or something. September 11th, 1820, prisoner number C221. I can't read the rest. What is this? I think this game might have come out before 9/11. Isn't that crazy? I certainly don't know if they'd have had time to pick September 11th as a date, other than that it was already 9/11. You know, purposefully pick it as a date. There's a creeper in this hallway, one of the little bug things. This is like the last part. Well, there is another part coming up, but it doesn't really count. Like the last part of the game where creepers, like you really need to watch out for the creepers. There's a hole while you jump down. This is where the game starts to really get crazy. If you haven't played anymore, this is like one of the most memorable parts of the game everyone talks about. Just jumping down deep, dark holes. Such a creepy part of the game. And you find yourself trapped in this well type thing with nowhere to go. You see, you have to check the wall, and then eventually he'll say, huh, this spot feels different, and you can break the wall. But I remember the first time playing this, I was like, what the heck is going on? And then you're in some kind of sewer. This part's another big pain if you're trying to avoid damage. The lying figures, their spray goes really far, so like you have to play it safe and keep your distance. I think they have the furthest range of any enemy. And this is another one of those instances that I was talking about, like just stand back and shoot with your shotgun. It'll take a minute, but you don't want them coming in for a hit. I don't know, I kind of wonder whether I should be, I don't know, I'll comment on the gameplay, whatever. This is just my commentary. I hope you're enjoying it. And I hope if you were looking for a normal Silent Hill 2 Let's Play, I wonder if you could enjoy this as well. So if you're watching at this point and you're not really an ASMR fan, but you've been able to enjoy this video so far, please let me know in the comments. Because I'd be really happy to make general relaxation videos that can induce ASMR but aren't going to turn off anyone who does not like ASMR. This part's a hassle. Your light goes out and you have to use this dry cell battery you found in the hospital. But then when you turn it on, it's covered in creepers, the bugs. And then you just have to like, this keypad is here and 3 numbers are lit and you just have to keep trying different combinations of the numbers until you get the right one, like you hear the beep. There's no way around it. Like it's randomized. And it's really scary and stressful. This is sort of the part of the game where the world starts really messing with James. Like it seems like it's out to get him. Like trapping him in that room and then presenting him with this vertical hallway. This distortion of space. Presenting him with these deep pits that I think he has some kind of instinct that he needs to go down the pits. That there's no other way. It's like a literal leap of faith. And where are we now? It's Eddie. Killing a person ain't no big deal. Just put the gun to their head. Pow. So you killed him? But it wasn't my fault. He made me do it. Calm down, Eddie. Tell me what happened. That guy, he had it coming. I didn't do anything. He just came after me. Besides, he was making fun of me with his eyes. Like that other one. Just for that, you killed him? What do you mean, just for that? Eddie, you can't just kill someone because of the way they looked at you. Oh yeah, why not? Till now, I always let people walk all over me. Just like that stupid dog. He had it coming too. Eddie. He was just joking. I was just joking, James. He was dead when I got here. Honest. Anyway, I gotta run. You're going out there alone? Yeah. That final yeah, he says. Yeah, so creepy. I would love to see this game from Eddie's perspective. It would have been really cool. I know it would have been a lot, but it would have been really cool to like be able to, because you can experience Maria's scenario on the special hits and the special edition / greatest hits / Xbox version. So I think like, what exactly was Angela's scenario like from beginning to end? And Eddie's, of course. The lying figures in the prison are a real pain. When I'm at this point in a game trying to get a 10-star run, it's best to have gotten most of your shooting and fighting kills so that you can kind of do what's appropriate to the situation. So for that one in the hallway, I would recommend doing the thing where you just shoot them over and over with a shotgun. And the shotgun, by the way, knocks them on their back so they can't scurry around and attack your feet and stuff. That's why you don't want to try to get it. That's one of the many reasons why you don't ever want to try to get a shooting kill with the handgun. The other reason is that it just takes like 30 bullets and it's a waste of time and ammo. Prison, in my opinion, is one of the scariest parts of the game. You don't want to get next, you don't want to get next to the cells because there's lying figures in them. The prison, it gets real. The game gets real gritty. See how there's like, hold on, I'm gonna check that out. There's like an occult symbol on the wall and black magic from the abyss, resurrection of the dead, the Chronicle of Agrippa, manuscript of the Iron Rings, on sacrifice and the art of demon summoning, tome of the seer, the feast of the succubi, the fallen angels of mercy and favor. I guess I shouldn't worry about these too much. It's just hard to figure out what exactly all that occult stuff in the jail cell has to do with the rest of the game. It's similar to how it is in the apartment where there's just very scary stuff, and it's like a lot of it might have nothing to do with the game, but it's just like a nightmare. But the prison, its significance to the story and the meaning of the game is pretty obvious because it starts to introduce the ideas of like crime and punishment and guilt and penance, and it's this obviously a place of suffering and fear. Like it's a very unhappy place, and there's all these themes of execution and imprisonment, obviously. In the next row of jail cells, there's actually an invisible monster. I'm probably not gonna include the sound because it's very scary. But you hear this thing making these deep moans and talking like a demon basically, and you hear it stomping around inside of a jail cell, and your radio is going off. very scary. This game is so versatile. It's so expansive in the horror it does. This is a cool cell. 436 people at a recital. There's these drawings. Burning Man. There's fire, which fire is a theme later. I'm not just pointing out the obvious. It's like a burning government building, it looks like. Woman in Flight. I'm trying to think if that connects to any of the themes of the game. Yeah, you can hear the invisible monster in this room already. This is a scary cell. You can hear the monster in here. You get the tablet of the oppressor. Some magazines. But then when you try leaving, it's locked. And you just have to try exiting 3 times to get out, but it's really scary. When you first play it, you're like, oh crap. I think you might have to attempt it 3 times in quick succession. That's the visiting room. I like how you see yourself from the other side of the glass in there, as if you are the prisoner. It's probably very purposeful. I mean, that's another thing that this game tells us that I think gaming has regressed from, especially survival horror, since all the survival horror games all moved away from fixed camera angles. You can't really do the type of visual work in horror games anymore that you could do in these fixed camera angle games like Silent Hill 2. You don't, in a lot of places you do get control of the camera. I think it's a nice compromise. Like, you can control the camera, but within limitations, and in certain places you really don't get to choose, like in that interrogation room, or not interrogation, that visiting room. You can't move the camera from behind the glass. And it's such a cinematic camera angle. There are definitely indie game creators that are reviving. They're making new games with the fixed camera angles and stuff. They don't have as sophisticated. Wait, sorry, I'm gonna read this memo. This one's really crazy. Toluca Lake, the town's main tourist attraction. This clear, beautiful lake has another side as well. It may seem like just a typical ghost story that you might find in any number of old towns across the country, but in this case, the legend is true. On a fog-bound November day in 1918, the Little Baroness, a ship filled with tourists, failed to return to port. A newspaper article from back then simply says it most likely sunk for some reason. Despite an extensive police search, not a single fragment of the ship nor any of the 14 bodies of passengers or crew has ever been recovered to this day. In 1939, an even stranger incident occurred. There are many pages torn out. Many corpses rest at the bottom of this lake, their bony hands reached up towards the boats and pass overhead. Perhaps they reach for their comrades. So scary. It's so creepy too because it transitions from what sounds like something that could be in like a local, you know, tourist pamphlet to just horror. Their bony hands, and it's very assertive, like it's a fact, you know. I miss some ammo over there. I hate the rifle. I'm told to use the rifle. The monsters respawn sometimes. I'm told to use the rifle on the last two bosses, and it's very challenging because the rifle is very unwieldy. It takes a long time to aim, a long time to shoot, and a long time to finish your shot. So I usually avoid it. If I'm gonna do a 10-star of the whole game with a normal ending, I need to learn to use the rifle on the last bosses, because I usually avoid it and use the handgun because like you can avoid getting killed. Oh, I forgot to get the map the first time. I always get disoriented in the prison. There's actually a much quicker way to go through it. So I'm gonna have to do a lot of backtracking right now. But I don't think there's any apologies necessarily because we're just relaxing. Ooh. I have no idea what this long hallway is for. I think it might be like bathrooms or something. I think this is a shower. That floor is absolutely disgusting and dilapidated. If anyone viewing this is familiar with the video game industry, I would really like an explanation as to, I think, as to why survival horror has had to go down the action route that it has. In AAA horror games, mostly at least. I know there are a lot of cool games like Outlast and the Blair Witch and stuff that are very minimal, but there are still gameplay elements that few really do anymore, and particularly the fixed camera angles like I was talking about earlier. I think there's definitely obvious reasons why it has, which is that this type of gameplay is generally seen as inconvenient, annoying, unfun, etc. But then why are gamers' tastes like that is what I'm wondering, and I guess it's a complex question, but I don't think, like, I and a lot of other people can still play Silent Hill 2 and enjoy it very much, and I don't care very much about how maybe unwieldy the gameplay is. Because it's not about that, it's about the horror and the characters and the visual beauty and everything. This part is crazy. These tablets all view like the three of them contain like sinners. So there's the gluttonous pig, this is the seductress. Sinners for things that aren't really sins. I don't, like the seductress, that's just like kind of a misogynistic concept. Like a boogeyman, the seductive woman. And then when I'm not going to leave it in there definitely because it's terrifying, but when you put the third plate in there, there's like this horrifying scream like someone just got executed, and if you noticed, it's a gallows. And I think there's an inscription of Pyramid Head above the plates. But back to what I was saying about video game development and the industry and stuff. The pessimistic side of me, I think there's truth to this, obviously, is that's not even pessimistic. Maybe the judgmental side of me that is correct, at least partially, in its judgments, is just like video games for most people, and certainly to a large extent with me. I'm not trying to say I'm better than people. Just like with all entertainment, is focused on, they are viewed as simplistic entertainment, rather than experiences that require just a little bit more digestion. Now, don't get me wrong, I do not consume anything that bores me. For example, there's great movies that are revered and stuff that I just like have watched 10 minutes of, and I'm like, I'm not gonna watch this, even if it's, a great piece of art. So, oh, here's the cool puzzle I was telling you about. So there's a trap door that doesn't have a handle. I remember figuring this out with my best friend. So you have to use the lighter to melt the wax doll and then put the horseshoe in it to make a handle. It's so cute. It's so like absurd. The absurd puzzles are just another thing that contributes to like the eeriness of this game. Oh, and I was gonna tell this story. My best friend and I, like I was saying earlier when we were in the hospital, we beat this. We didn't beat it together, but I remember we played the prison part one night on a weekend at his grandma's house. His lovely, lovely grandma who meant so much to me. Also, when you examine that corpse the first time, it says, "Did that just move, or was it just my imagination?" So creepy. What are these holes? Oh my gosh. This horrible room. Anyway, I hope his grandma's having a lovely time in heaven, and I'm sorry for my random sadness. Another bottomless hole right here. How far does this thing go? So, we were in his grandma's basement, which was unfinished, and it was just like a couch and a TV, and it was dark, and it was the middle of the night, like we were up past midnight, and we were playing the prison area, and we were both just getting so tense and scared. And so, this was back in the day where it's the red, yellow, white components, and we would, when we got too tense and scared, we would pause the game and we would switch to cable and watch Cartoon Network. And there was like Codename Kids Next Door was on, so we would decompress by watching Codename Kids Next Door for a few minutes, and then we would go back to Silent Hill 2. And I'm just remembering random things. When it was time to switch back to Silent Hill 2, my best friend would say, "Back to reality," and then change back to the PS2 input. And Back to Reality was a reference to the Eminem song. I forget, Back to Reality. Oop, there goes Gravity. I forget which song that was, but just because that Eminem song was relatively new. And then another totally random thing that I still like, I use this terminology, is to tell James's health, you have to use the color on the like the color overlay on the image in the inventory menu. So it'll be like green. You've probably noticed this or know this. It'll be like green if you're at full health, and it'll be like clear with like a little bit of a static thing going on if you're a little bit hurt. And so with the clear staticky thing, when we check the menu to see what our health is, if it was there, we would say, "Oh, we're a little soggy, like the health is like like the screen's a little soggy, we need to use a health drink and heal up." Um, so I still say that like I'm a little soggy. Alright, so we just descended down that elevator that goes down to God knows where, and you come out, and the the um the imagery of this area is really mysterious to me. It's like a house. It looks like the interior halls of a house, and then that door is like an oak, interior door of a house. But it's just hallways that lead nowhere. Doing a lot of killing too. And then, hold on, I'll show you this. Actually, I hate this part, but I'm gonna do it anyway. And then there's some of the doorways have ladders. So this is definitely a Silent Hill Otherworld type thing. In the first game, it ends at nowhere. It's called Nowhere, and it's just this strange, like, mishmash of the other areas in the game. Ugh. See, I hate this part because Pyramid Head is in the hallway and he'll stalk you and jab at you with a spear. But yeah, the first game ends in Nowhere, and this is sort of like Silent Hill 2's Nowhere. And there's another one of those crazy camera angles when you enter this room. This is horrifying, bloody. Looks like a torture chamber or something. And then I just picked up Pyramid Head's great knife. It's a very crazy, symbolic moment in this game where now James is able to equip the giant weapon that Pyramid Head uses earlier in the game. It's like suggesting some sort of connection between James and Pyramid Head. I just think it's really significant that this area, it's called the Labyrinth, that this area resembles a house so much. And even back in that bloody room where I just got the Pyramid Head knife, there's like bed frames and tables in there. It's like the house as like a scary place of horror and death. This puzzle I already know the solution to. It's upside down yellow eyes. Yeah, it's a cool puzzle. Like, you gotta rotate that block and it rotates the room. Okay, this is an amazing cutscene. It's Maria. You're alive. Maria, I thought that thing killed you. Are you hurt bad? Not at all, silly. Maria? That thing, it stabbed you. There was blood everywhere. Stabbed me? What do you mean? It chased us to the elevator and then... James, what are you talking about? Just before. Don't you remember? James, honey, did something happen to you? After we got separated in that long hallway? Are you confusing me with someone else? You were always so forgetful. Remember that time in the hotel? Maria? You said you took everything, but you forgot that videotape we made. I wonder if it's still there. How do you know about that? Aren't you Maria? I'm not your Mary. So you're Maria. I am, if you want me to be. All I want from you is an answer. It doesn't matter who I am. I'm here for you, James. See? I'm real. Don't you want to touch me? I don't know. Come and get me. I can't do anything through these bars. Okay, stay right there. I'll be there soon. I can't do anything through these bars, she says. She is tempting him, trying to seduce him, and he has maybe this feeling of like infidelity towards Mary or something. Yeah, the James Honey scene is used as the beginning of the opening sequence for the game and the trailer. I think it's such an amazing. I really love the trailer for this game and the opening sequence. It's such a gripping teaser for this game. I wish I had seen it. I wish I had been anticipating the second Silent Hill game back then and seen that trailer, because it's a statement that this game is very much not the first game. This is something very interesting and different. So now that I got the bolt cutters, I can cut these wires and get through this door. Another moment of strange absurdity. There's wires blocking the door. And while you were talking to Maria, somehow some bolt cutters got jammed into the electric circuit board, which, now that I think about it, what's an electric circuit board doing in that room that has the cube? You're in a strange realm. That's the point, I think. And I wonder exactly what this underground passage is supposed to be. Now I'm just getting analytical. But it's fun. That's the fun of being a Silent Hill fan, is you're encouraged to analyze everything. So with this part, it's like it's a house, and then the house is connected to this underground, the depths, like you're going beneath the house. You're exploring things beneath the ordinary or domestic. And I suppose marriage is a very domestic thing, so it's, yeah. And then I guess since I'm on the topic, we'll talk about Angela, because there's a very significant scene with her coming up. But if you haven't played the game, I won't spoil that for you, but I encourage you to please stick around for that, because it's one of the best, probably the best scene in the game. But there is a lot going on with her and domesticity, the sort of nightmare hell that waits inside, and beneath the house, the domestic. She lived a nightmare in her home. It might be even more literal for her. This is, in terms of gameplay, this is my least favorite part of the game, because it's very difficult. There's a lot of these lying figures, and you get attacked constantly, and they're always just out of view. That's one of the tricks of these classic survival horror games that have the fixed camera angles. is it's very common for the creators to place monsters just out of view. So you have to kind of learn to listen and take a shot into the unknown. Try shooting something that you can't quite see. I do think that that is one of the parts of survival of horror games with the fixed camera angles that I don't like. I just don't think it's very effective. Okay, here we go. There's a newspaper on the ground. It's stained with something that looks like blood. The body of a man later identified as Thomas Oro Blank, lumberjack, age 39, was discovered in the something lying face down, I assume. The probable cause of death was multiple stab wounds to the front of the neck and the left side of the torso by a sharp-edged weapon. The estimated time of death was somewhere between 11 p.m. and 12:30 midnight. Due to signs of struggle in the room and the lack of a murder weapon, police are considering this a homicide and have opened a murder investigation. Furthermore, given the fact that the cash in the room was untouched and Mr. Blank had a history of drunkenness and violence, the police suspect that something was not robbery, a crime of passion, I'm gonna guess. The motive was not robbery, but of a crime of passion. Yeah, it's a good idea to heal before this. Shoot, I didn't want to read that again. Here we go. No, Daddy, please don't. Very disturbing thing to hear. Just pay attention to the landscape of this room. There's Angela, and then this creature that has the crazy lips, similar to, oh, fail. I meant to strafe the other way, but I still haven't practiced strafing very much. This boss is a pain because it's really great. If you practice, then it shows how well designed this boss fight is, because if you are very skilled with the controls, you can avoid getting hit, but your timing has to be perfect. Anyway, if you do the holes on the wall, what are those? Okay, this is my favorite scene in the game. Are you okay? She makes all these whining noises and she just angrily kicks. She just goes into this state of rage. Angela, relax. Don't order me around. I'm not trying to order you. So what do you want then? Oh, I see. You're trying to be nice to me, right? I know what you're up to. It's always the same. You're only after one thing. No, that's not true at all. You don't have to lie. Go ahead and say it. Or you could just force me. Beat me up like he always did. You only care about yourself anyway, you disgusting pig. Angela, don't touch me. You make me sick. You said your wife Mary was dead, right? Yes, she was ill. Liar. I know about you. You didn't want her around anymore. You probably found someone else. That's ridiculous. I never. So, as I was saying with the holes on the wall, I don't know if that is supposed to be anything definite, like real that exists, but regardless, it's just a very disturbing sexual image. And if you read between the lines, not even really between the lines, you know that Angela is implying that her dad abused her sexually. And this is an interesting puzzle. That's kidnapping. I think I already know the solution to this puzzle, but. And then the newspaper you saw in the previous room before fighting Angela's daddy creature is obviously describing the murder of her dad. Her last name is Orozco, and the man in the newspaper first, ORO something, it's Orozco. And so it's possible that the knife you got from her is the one that she used to kill her dad. And her dad, like the monster that she calls daddy and stuff, is like, it's a bed. It's one of the craziest monsters. It's a bed that looks like it has a man pinning a woman down on it, and it has those same flesh lips. Anyway, I'm gonna read this puzzle. It's very interesting. Dead men, swinging in a tree. How many dead men do you see? Tongue turned blue and face gone gray. Watch them as they twist and sway. The first one killed the butcher man, then cooked him in the frying pan, served him to his hungry guests, and gave them seconds on request. The next one, with his smile and sweets, stole poor children off the streets. To men who dressed unsavory, he sold them into slavery. Breaking into a home at night, the thief he had a nasty fright, filled his foolish head with ale, woke in the morn in the county jail. The artist with his daunting skill tried his hand at painting bills, but caught in rain he was undone when the ink he'd use did start to run. With promises of great return, taking gold he did not earn, bundled it up out of sight, quietly slipped off into night. Three houses into ashes burned, the sheriff with no place to turn, did spy a stranger to his town, locked him up and beat him down. Dead men swinging in a tree, how many dead men do you see? 6 feet long and 6 men wide, round their necks the noose be tied. So, there's 6 criminals hung in the other room, and from that puzzle you need to figure out which one is innocent. Also, just real quick, this shot of James is so creepy. I remember his eyes are like glazed over and he's just clearly very tired. But in that one, the arsonist is the innocent one because the sheriff had no place to turn, so he just found someone on the street and arrested him. So it's again with that theme of crime and punishment. I'm gonna have a sip of tea. And then there's handcuffs blocking the way. I hope you don't mind my teaspoon rattling. Yeah, there's like the melding of the home and the prison. Obviously, there's prison bars and gallows, literally. Maria's in a jail cell. So the idea is like the home is a prison. Very tragic scene here. Maria? Maria. Maria, no. What happened to you? Why? Why? She's murdered once again. Gross. She's got a butterfly tattoo on her hip. Oh my god. Looks like her eyes were torn out or something. Very dark. Mary. Now he's starting to associate Mary and Maria. A very beautiful song plays during and after that scene. It's called Fermata in Mystic Air. It's just a really beautiful song. Sad and mournful, and then you just have to press on. This song plays in the Silent Hill movie during the scene where Alessa is revealing everything. And then, yeah, so here that part where, it was a home / prison, and now it ends at a graveyard, and you've just gotten through the gallows and seen a murder and such. And then there's 3 gravestones. I'm gonna save here because I want to practice a bit with fighting the next boss. Okay, I just made numerous trial runs through the next boss, and hopefully this is my last. The next boss is nothing terrible, but if you're trying to reduce damage, this boss is probably the most likely to do a ton of damage to you, so that's why on a 10-star run you want to save at this last save spot, because you don't want to have to do a bunch more stuff and get to this one and have him do a ton of damage to you. Eddie, what are you doing? What does it look like? He always busted my balls. You fat, disgusting piece of shit. You make me sick. You fat ass, you're nothing but a waste of skin. You're so ugly, even your mama don't love you. Well, maybe he was right. Maybe I am nothing but a fat, disgusting piece of shit. But you know what? It doesn't matter if you're smart, dumb, ugly, pretty. It's all the same once you're dead. And a corpse can't laugh. From now on, if anyone makes fun of me, I'll kill him, just like that. Eddie, have you gone nuts? I knew it. You too. You're just like him, James. Hey, I didn't mean anything. Don't bother. I understand. You've been laughing at me all along, haven't you? Ever since we first met. I'll kill you, James. It doesn't seem right for me to have just said everything Eddie just said for an ASMR video, but there you go. This first part of the Eddie fight is like super easy. You just equip the pipe and hold R2 and hold X really hard. And you can just hit him over the head a bunch and he won't get to hit you. You have to hold X like really hard though, or he'll do one of the weaker attacks and it'll not work. Alright, on to the real part of the battle. Do you know what it does to you, James? When you're hated, picked on, spit on, just because of the way you look? After you've been laughed at your whole friggin' life? That's why I ran away after I killed the dog. Ran away like a scared little girl. Yeah, I killed that dog. It was fun. It tried to chew its own guts out. Finally died all curled up in a ball. Then he came after me. I shot him too, right in the leg. He cried more than the dog. He's gonna have a hard time playing football on what's left of that knee. You think it's okay to kill people? You need help, Eddie. Don't get all holy on me, James. This town called you too. You and me are the same. We're not like other people. Don't you know that? Let's party. I love that let's party line. Okay, I'm gonna definitely do Abysmal, because I still haven't figured out how to fight him. View control. I was reading that this fight is a bit easier if you turn view control to auto, but I'm not sure if that's a great idea. Yeah, no. It's crazy. I don't know what animal this is. The meat in this meat freezer here. Oh god. He's shooting me and punching me and everything. I need to heal probably. Yeah, I don't know what kind of animal this is. This is a disturbing room though. It's like you're fighting him in a meat freezer. I think it's probably very significant to Eddie too, because it's meat. It's like a big fat animal, and that's how people view Eddie, and maybe how Eddie views himself, and it's just these giant huge animal corpses are like they kind of represent Eddie's feelings toward himself. And yeah, like fat people are often compared to animals, like, you know, a cow, obviously a pig, kind of dehumanizing words and stuff. And so this is like a room full of slaughtered animals. It sort of expresses that dehumanization that Eddie feels. Dang it. I hope that this doesn't ruin the relaxation for me to be talking about such terrible topics, but okay, I'm finally just swallowing my pride and finishing him with a gun. Oh, poor Eddie. Eddie? Eddie. I I killed a human being. A human being. It's really sad. Poor Eddie. I know he's a murderer, but Mary, did you really die 3 years ago? James like talks to Mary a lot when she's not there. It's interesting. I wonder if the town is like Mary to him, like if he speaks to the town as Mary, and if Mary is like the image that's speaking back to him or something. I don't know, that's random. The sound of the water at this part is very relaxing. I find it very soothing to row the boat, hear the oars going through the water. It's a good moment of respite after just the horror of that whole labyrinth section and having to kill Eddie. And it's like this silence, like this return to clarity. Like you're crossing the lake and you're going to the hotel where you're expected. Okay, I've practiced this boat stage a few times. It's very difficult on hard mode because you have to rotate the analog sticks instead of just directing James, but once you get it down, it's pretty easy. This part is super eerie though because of that memo you read earlier in the prison about the people who died on the lake, and the bodies are still at the bottom of the lake reaching their bony hands up, etc. And you just know that you're over top those people at this very moment. And when you're a first time player, I wonder if like there's some fear that you're gonna get attacked or something. It wasn't until I've been replaying this game the past few days, because I've beaten it a few times to practice, that I appreciated how much historical background on the town of Silent Hill that you can find in this game. Like I've said, I don't think that the supernatural and occult explanations of what's going on in Silent Hill are really the point, or that they really serve as actual explanations, as I think they might be sort of red herrings. But nonetheless, it is. You get a lot of interesting information about the town of Silent Hill in this game. Saves you a lot of time to run over here and grab the music box. And here we are, where Mary awaits, the Lakeview Hotel. Gotta grab the map. The map has "Waiting for You" written in Mary's handwriting on room 302, so that's our destination. There are some really pretty sights in this hotel. I love the frosted glass door there, and the sunlight coming in the plants, and the haunted piano. Just kidding, it's not haunted, it is an 8-year-old. Did I scare you? Yeah, you did. You're here to find Mary, aren't you, James? Well, have you? No. Is that why you're here too? She's here, isn't she? If you know where she is, tell me. I'm tired of walking. I wish I knew. But she said that in her letter. What letter? Want to read it? But don't tell Rachel, okay? Who's Rachel? She was our nurse. I took it from her locker. There is a really beautiful song that plays during this scene. It's called Laura Plays the Piano, and I think it's my favorite song in the game. My dearest Laura, I'm leaving this letter with Rachel to give to you after I'm gone. I'm far away now, in a quiet, beautiful place. Please forgive me for not saying goodbye before I left. Be well, Laura. Don't be too hard on the sisters. And Laura, about James. I know you hate him because you think he isn't nice to me, but please give him a chance. It's true he may be a little surly sometimes, and he doesn't laugh much, but underneath he's really a sweet person. Laura, I love you like my very own daughter. If things had worked out differently, I was hoping to adopt you. Happy 8th birthday, Laura. Your friend forever, Mary. Wow, I'm like almost tearing up after that. Laura, how old are you? I turned 8 last week. So Mary couldn't have died 3 years ago. Could she really be here? Is this the quiet, beautiful place she was talking about? Me and Mary talked a lot about Silent Hill. She even showed me all her pictures. She really wanted to come back. That's why I'm here. Maybe you'll get it if you see the other letter. The one Mary... Huh? I must have dropped it. Laura, I've got to find it. Laura. Okay, that time, James could definitely have just caught up with her. That's a cute little drawing Laura did. You know, I appreciate the just how emotional this game is more and more as I get older. Um, there are, that letter was so beautiful. And I also kind of forgot that Laura is apparently an orphan. There's a little letter for James here. Mr. James Sunderland, the videotape you forgot here is being kept in the office on the first floor. Yeah, I really like how Laura traveled all the way to Silent Hill alone. That's a sort of independence that a child shouldn't have to have. But she's an orphan, and it's just a really interesting part of her character. How self assured, self confident she is. I think, according to, well, the opening cinematic in the main menu, she traveled to Silent Hill with Eddie. I think she hitched a ride. Um, yeah, there's just children in the Silent Hill games are. The children have to endure a lot of suffering and independence in the Silent Hill games. There's Laura, obviously, and I really like how Laura, the attitude that she has, she's unafraid. I'm sure she's traumatized, but I just love her personality. I think she'll probably grow up into a really cool person. Obviously, then there's Alessa, who has to take a big thing into her hands. And then in the third game, what I really love about the third game, which I'm probably definitely going to do a let's play of, is how, like, the first half of the game is just a 17-year-old trying to get home from the mall. It's so surreal. It's just really surreal to play as, like, this 17-year-old who you're just going from the mall to the subway to a tunnel to a construction site. It's like some kind of exodus. Kind of a, like, slipstream genre thing. And it plays well into the theme of adolescence, and Heather is forced to grow up really fast. I am really enjoying rambling about this game. It's really inspiring to me because, I mean, it's sad because a lot of Silent Hill fans are sad that we haven't gotten anything, at least story wise, as good as Silent Hill 2 since Silent Hill 2, about 20 years ago. And we haven't gotten anything that feels like Silent Hill since Silent Hill 4 or 3, according to who you talk to. But it is really nice. It has been really nice to be playing through these games multiple times again and to get this opportunity to talk about it for several hours. Because the games aren't going away. And I personally, as a writer and an artist, can try to recreate what I get from Silent Hill. This part is fun. The game makes you go at it a little while without any of your inventory, no weapons. And if you need to heal, you gotta find some. Unfortunately, because of the ending I'm going for, I can't check Mary's letter. At any time in this game, you can go into your inventory and read Mary's letter, but I can't check the letter or the photo. But I think at this point in the game, or later in the hotel, you can check the letter and all the writing will be gone. It just says the stationery is blank. Very crazy. We're already starting to see how James's reality, the reality he believes in, is a little bit false. I like how the hotel has like a dichotomy between the employee area and the visitor area, and how different and like more poorly lit the employee area is. I don't know, just interesting. Like you're kind of going into the bowels of the hotel where all the sausage is made. I apologize if I'm swallowing a lot, I don't know. The bowels of the hotel. I think the hotel is the only point in the game the only part in the game that feels sort of comfy, at least in the common areas of the hotel. Like the room where you talk to Laura, and the main lobby, and the courtyard. None of it is dilapidated the way that the other locations are. And it seems like a well-kept hotel. Even the employee area is normal, it's not dilapidated. And yeah, I don't know. It is a very big contrast with the labyrinth that came before, and that, you know, the meat locker and all that stuff. It gives you this moment of like, finally I'm here, I'm in this familiar place, my wife is here. Of course, it doesn't stay that way, but that's a lot of items. If you're going for a 10-star run, it's really not difficult to get all your items. This is another one of those absurd puzzles that just makes the game feel really weird. A can of light bulbs. I remember in 4th grade when I beat this game with my friend, he made like a joke about it. I forget what it was. Like, it was like a wordplay thing, like you find a light bulb in a can. I don't know, something about a idea or I don't know. It's random. This bar has a cool sort of American dive bar vibe that I like. I like when Silent Hill does Americana. I forgot to get that thinner when I entered the hotel, but I could have come down here and gotten it. And killed these accursed mannequins. I don't know if I'm gonna hit the kill count on this run, but I was mostly practicing fighting the enemies and the killing spree part and getting the items. And now that I've made a mistake with running through the hotel, I can prevent that in the future. These mannequins in this hallway always get me. I hope I can avoid them this time. Nice. I think you gotta go behind the second one because it's facing towards the door. It'll hit you. Mannequins are so predictable. You can see the way they're facing while they're frozen, so you just need to approach them from behind. And then you can blast them real close with the shotgun. Okay. Man, we're almost out of this place. Gonna have a sip of tea. Oh, in a minute. Photos are scattered all over the bed. What's this? Part of the photo has been colored over with a marker. So I'm going to use the paint thinner that I got in the basement to clear off the marker and see what it's hiding. Lose all the words that I get. All the words on those it's like a lie. I just spelled damn. All the words that you get on this puzzle are like negative. Like I've gotten kill, damn, and lose. And others that I don't remember. I bet you could just try out all the negative words you can think of, but probably a waste of time because it's pretty easy to get the thinner. Time for the music box puzzle. I'm having tea and iced coffee right now. I had it out earlier for iced coffee. It's a Sunday. Seat of the princess who awoke from death. I believe that's Snow White. These ones use clues from the grittier Brothers Grimm version of the music of the fairy tales. Seat of the princess who spoke no words, and that is the Little Mermaid, I think. On hard riddle difficulty, they use like a gory description. I think this is Cinderella, process of elimination. Seat of the princess who fled at midnight. Okay, so on normal difficulty, they use ones that you can figure out from Disney, which is really interesting. I wonder if you will find this relaxing or creepy. I find it both. I really don't like Music Box. I mean, I do, but I don't. And I do find it beautiful, I guess, but I think all music boxes are a little creepy to me. Here we go, the moment of truth. Use the hotel stairway key. If you, that's the door I just passed on the right for the dog ending. I have the dog key. I could just use the dog key on that door right now if I wanted to. Wouldn't that be funny if I got the dog ending after taking the game this seriously? This is room 302. This is where James and Mary stayed. This is their special place. There's a television here. It only shows snow. Silent Hill is written on the label in my handwriting. Gonna examine Angela's knife again. Oh, maybe that VCR sound will give someone ASMR. Okay, here's the video. Are you taping again? Come on. I don't know why, but I just love it here. It's so peaceful. You know what I heard? This whole area used to be a sacred place. I think I can see why. It's too bad we have to leave. Please promise you'll take me again, James. She coughs a little bit. And somehow there's footage of her in her sick bed. What is James doing? So, apparently, what I've read is that originally this video was a lot more graphic and explicit, and I think there was like audio of Mary screaming. I think that scene might still be in the Japanese version of the game. I don't know if it's available or not. When I first played this as a kid, I didn't realize what the video was depicting. Also, I love how the video shows something that clearly shouldn't have been taped. That there's no way it got on the VHS, which was that overhead shot of James. It reminds me a lot of the videotape in Lost Highway by David Lynch. Just something that inexplicably exists on video. And then maybe also Ringu, the Japanese version of The Ring. The video was essentially created with magic. So there you are, James. Did you get the letter? Did you find Mary? If not, let's get going already, okay? Mary's gone. She's dead. Liar. That's a lie. No, that's not true. She died because she was sick? No. I killed her. You killer. Why'd you do it? I hate you. I want her back. Give her back to me. I knew it. You didn't care about her. I hate you, James. I hate you, I hate you, I hate you. She was always waiting for you. Why? Why? I'm sorry. The Mary you know isn't here. I just realized we never see Laura interacting with Maria. Laura, I'm so sorry. I don't think we see Maria interacting with anyone but James in the main story, if I'm correct. And of course, Pyramid Head. There's a good song in this scene too, I forget what it's called. James, where are you? I'm waiting for you. Please come to see me. Do you hate me? Is that why you won't come? That voice. Please hurry. Are you lost? I'm near. I'm waiting nearby, James. Please, I want to see you, James. Can't you hear me? James. Please, James. It's either Mary or Maria. Now, when we come out here, the hotel is different. Now it looks a little bit dilapidated. It's covered in water damage. I think the implication here is that there was a flood. Or not a flood, a fire, and the fire hoses damaged the structure. I have to listen to this recording for the in water ending. Mary's going to die? You must be joking. I'm very sorry. But you're a doctor. It's your job to heal people. How can you just let her die? Please calm down. As her doctor, I promise I'll do what I can, but there's still no effective treatment for her condition. How long does she have? I'm afraid I'm not sure. 3 years at most, perhaps 6 months. It's impossible to say with certainty. It's crazy with the bed floating in the air. We're in another nowhere type zone where things are clearly not real. The song at this part of the game is also very interesting. It's called Black Fairy, and it's mostly just a drone, a really eerie one. I kind of dislike this part of the game because you have to go in and out of all these doors, and they transport you to other like to the hallway out of other random doors. Okay. Just need to get to the other hallway, and then you're home free. Ampoules. I think that one explanation I've heard for why the hotel changes after you watch the videotape is that the image of the hotel that you had before was from James's memory, because he says this place hasn't changed in 3 years, and now he's starting to see the actual reality, the real hotel. Although it's certainly not the end of his nightmare because, well, you'll see, we have yet to fight the final bosses. According to the explanation I've seen, the flooding is from the fire hoses. I forget where you learn that the fire happened. It might be in a document you find, or I don't know. Assuming that's even the case. They give you a generous amount of items at this part. Frankly, I am excited for the ending, but I am not excited in the least for the final two bosses. I hate them so much. I understand that they are designed. Oh, wait, this scene is very important. Mama, Mama, I was looking for you. Now you're the only one left. Maybe then I can rest. Mama, why are you running away? You're not my mama. It's you. I'm sorry. Angela, no. Thank you for saving me. But I wish you hadn't. Even Mama said it. I deserved what happened. No, Angela, that's wrong. No, don't pity me. I'm not worth it. Or maybe you think you can save me. Will you love me? Take care of me? Heal all my pain? That's what I thought. James, give me back that knife. No, I won't. Saving it for yourself? Me? No. I'd never kill myself. It's hot as hell in here. You see it too. For me, it's always like this. Is the implication that Angela sees the flames and feels the flames everywhere she goes, because that would be crazy. And for how still and tranquil she is, at least earlier in the game, if she's seeing those flames just burning all around her, kind of always on the edge of danger but resigned to it. The song that plays during that scene is called Theme of Laura, the Reprise. It's another great song, and it's perfect for that scene. But yeah, I guess Angela resigned and gave in to her demons and kind of gave up. She's very much failed to discover any self-worth. Angela's story is interesting and very sad, and I'm very happy it exists. Here we see that save point, that red mysterious square, but there's 9 of them. Still not sure what the square means, but it means something, and just really interesting. This sense of accumulation. Here we go with another terrible, sad scene. James, stop. Leave her alone. Leave us both the hell alone. That Maria has died again. I wonder why Pyramid Head wields a spear at this point in the game. I was weak. That's why I needed you. Needed someone to punish me for my sins. But that's all over now. I know the truth. Now it's time to end this. That's the interesting part, is James coming to the realization that he needed Pyramid Head, and that he gets to decide whether Pyramid Head lives or dies. That Pyramid Head is punishing him. It's essentially, I suppose it's James punishing himself with this image of the executioner he has in his mind, with the execution he feels he deserves. I really hate the hunting rifle. I have like an irrational aversion to it, so I'm doing this boss fight with the handgun because you can shoot faster. So this may take forever and I may need to cut it down a bit. So yeah, Pyramid Head's attacks do a lot of damage at this part, so you have to keep an eye on your health. Since I'm going for the in-water ending, I've been a little bit reckless, but I think it's probably recommended, especially if you're trying to save time, to fight Pyramid Head with the rifle. I'm not even practicing for that speed because I'll have finished the game by now with the dog ending, but yeah, so this is the strategy again, is just you can just strafe around the edges, keep a distance from Pyramid Head, and cautiously get shots in. Err on the side of caution. I think especially if you're using a rifle, the rifle, you'll probably rarely have time to get off more than one shot. And if you stop to aim and you feel like Pyramid Head is too close, it's safer for you to just move and try again. I was reading a plot analysis somewhere on the internet recently that tried to explain why there's a second Pyramid Head all of a sudden. And someone speculated that it's because James killed again with Eddie, so now there's a second Pyramid Head. But it could be any number of reasons. I think it's really interesting though. Again, I really do appreciate the boss fights. Like, it takes a lot of skill, and I don't think that the combat system is ever inconsistent in this game. People complain about the combat, and that's their opinion, but there's no glitches really that I've noticed, and no unfair hitboxes or anything like that. It really forces you to learn like perfect timing. Okay, I'm hundreds of handgun bullets in at this point. Surely this will be over soon. I'm not worried for video purposes because I can just cut it down, but it really is eating up a lot of my time, and I'm pretty eager to see the ending because it's been a long time since I beat the game with this ending. Okay. I think it's happening. Yes. One of the craziest. That's such a crazy image. I think it's so expert too. If you like, they know exactly how to do what they just did. They stab the ground to make a hole. They put the spear in the hole and they impale themselves. It's crazy. In unison. And it is really interesting with all the suicide talk going on in this game. That Pyramid Head ultimately dies by suicide, not by James killing it. And I also, the fact that the Pyramid Heads are both holding eggs, a scarlet egg and a rust-colored egg, is, I think it has to do with the rebirth themes in this game. What with Mary being quote-unquote reborn as Maria, and there literally being an ending called the rebirth ending. This hallway is really sad. There's a voiceover. What do you want, James? I brought you some flowers. Flowers? I don't want any damn flowers. Just go home already. Mary, what are you saying? Look, I'm disgusting. I don't deserve flowers. Between the disease and the drugs, I look like a monster. Well, what are you looking at? Get the hell out of here. Leave me alone already. I'm no use to anyone. I'll be dead soon anyway. Maybe today, maybe tomorrow. It'd be easier if they just kill me. But I guess the hospital is making a nice profit off me. They want to keep me alive. Are you still here? I told you to go. Are you deaf? Don't come back. James, wait. Please don't go. Stay with me. Don't leave me alone. I didn't mean what I said. Please, James. Tell me I'll be okay. Tell me I'm not going to die. Help me. That too is such amazing dialogue for a video game. It's Mary is lashing out at James. She's obviously very unhappy, and she says terrible things to him because she has nowhere to put her rage. And I like it because it's not unsympathetic to Mary or James. And I also like the writing because the way that like James goes completely quiet doesn't argue with her or anything. It's just so like you can tell he's like really resigned. And it's not that he doesn't love her or that he even hates her. It's like I think he's at the point where he doesn't know what to do but go silent. He's so tired of this disease wreaking havoc on his wife's body and mind and everything. There she is in Mary's clothes. Mary? Wrong again. Mary's dead. You killed her. Maria. Maria, I'm done with you. What do you mean? But I can be yours. I'll be here for you forever. And I'll never yell at you or make you feel bad. That's what you wanted. Now I understand. The problem is, you're not Mary. No, James, I won't let you. I'll never let you have your Mary back. It's interesting that, like, on her head she has a pyramid-shaped thing. And also she's in the same frame / cage-like thing as the boss in the hospital was. Okay, I'm also gonna fight her with the handgun because I get wrecked by the butterflies that she sends at you if I try to use the rifle. But yeah. There's that bed. I think that's her hospital bed or something, because you also see that floating in the air. Oh, and then when I noticed Maria's butterfly tattoo earlier in the game, it's interesting because she's using like butterflies as a weapon, and it also makes me think of the butterfly room in the apartment complex. Like, butterflies are a repeated symbol throughout the game, I think, but associated with her. I don't know. I mean, one, I think it's kind of like she's a stripper and she has a butterfly tattoo on her hip. Like, it's kind of I think a butterfly, at least at that time, was a pretty common feminine tattoo. But then, you know, the metamorphosis of the caterpillar into the butterfly, it's like a symbol of metamorphosis, and Maria is sort of a metamorphosed version of Mary. I don't know. Random analysis. I hope that any Silent Hill fans who watch this can appreciate the analysis, because, well, I know that Silent Hill fans love to talk about analysis, so I'm sure they'll like it. I always read that that cage Maria is supposed to be a bed, as well as the one that the flesh lips are in. I just see a frame, but I suppose it does look like it, you know, sort of like a bed frame. That tentacle is so gross. I think the tentacle might be a reference to Jacob's Ladder, or sort of a visual nod, because there's this crazy scene in the movie Jacob's Ladder with a woman and a tentacle involved. I'm not going to get into more detail because it's not very PG-13. But yeah, I think that it's cool to imagine this Maria as like a version of the flesh lips with the outside taken off. Like she was revealed beneath it, and before she was like attacking you with, well, during that fight you kind of are getting attacked by vaginas. That's right, I am swallowing my pride and equipping the rifle. I should probably practice this anyway in case I want to 10-star it with one of the... Oh, there we go. She does that disturbing twitch that's kind of a visual signature of Silent Hill 2 and 3. Oh, and I'm going to be real heavy-handed about this. I'm going to finish her off with Pyramid Head's knife. Oops. That was a warning swipe. Bam. Just beat the game. Here are the final scenes. Mary, James, forgive me. I told you that I wanted to die, James. I wanted the pain to end. That's why I did it, honey. I just couldn't watch you suffer. No, that's not the whole truth. You also said that you didn't want to die. The truth is, part of me hated you for taking away my life. You killed me and you're suffering for it. It's enough, James. Mary, James. Oh, is she gone? Man, this ending of this game is so... You don't know the half of it. The part that's coming up, I literally might start crying in the middle of it. There's not much to see in this ending. Now I understand the real reason I came to this town. I wonder what was I afraid of? Without you, Mary, I've got nothing. And then we hear the sound of a car revving up. Now we can be together. A car revving up and accelerating and splashing into a body of water. And then Mary reads her letter. In my restless dreams, I see that town, Silent Hill. You promised you'd take me there again someday, but you never did. Well, I'm alone there now, in our special place, waiting for you. Waiting for you to come to see me. But you never do. And so I wait, wrapped in my cocoon of pain and loneliness, know I've done a terrible thing to you, something you'll never forgive me for. I wish I could change that, but I can't. I feel so pathetic and ugly, laying here, waiting for you. Every day I stare up at the cracks in the ceiling, and all I can think about is how unfair it all is. The doctor came today. He told me I could go home for a short stay. It's not that I'm getting better, it's just that this may be my last chance. I think you know what I mean. Even so, I'm glad to be coming home. I've missed you terribly. But I'm afraid, James. I'm afraid you don't really want me to come home. Whenever you come see me, I can tell how hard it is on you. I don't know if you hate me or pity me, or maybe I just disgust you. I'm sorry about that. When I first learned that I was going to die, I just didn't want to accept it. I was so angry all the time, and I struck out at everyone I loved most. Especially you, James. That's why I understand if you do hate me. But I want you to know this, James. Man, I'm getting chills right now, wow. I'll always love you. Even though our life together had to end like this, I still wouldn't trade it for the world. We had some wonderful years together. Well, this letter has gone on too long, so I'll say goodbye. I told the nurse to give this to you after I'm gone. That means that as you read this, I'm already dead. I can't tell you to remember me, but I can't bear for you to forget me. These last few years since I became ill, I'm so sorry for what I did to you, did to us. You've given me so much, and I haven't been able to return a single thing. That's why I want you to live for yourself now. Do what's best for you, James. God. James. You made me happy. Oh, I'm just getting chills all over my body. I have never. Oh my god. I've listened to that letter a lot of times because I've beaten this game a lot. But that was the first time I've ever read all the text out loud. And it just kept sending chills through my body. Like, God, that is so. emotional. I've never seen anything so emotional, so realistically emotional in a video game. Like, that was some real stuff that she wrote in that message. That was so. It was like you have to have lived through that or seen people live through that or something to have written that. I will really want to give props to the voice actor for Mary because she does a really, really good job with reading that letter. And if I had just listened to her reading that letter just then, I would have like been crying. It's just so sad to think about, like, her saying goodbye with a letter. And I don't know if James was at the point where he didn't want to go visit her, if it had gotten so hostile between them that he didn't want to even go see her until after she died, and she was also dealing with the fact that she'd pushed him away completely. I think that's what happened. Also, if you notice in that letter, I think maybe like halfway through she says this has gone on long enough, but she just keeps on writing. That's so real. Like, she didn't feel like she could stop. Like, she had so many things to say. Kind of the same with the letter she wrote Laura. Because the one with Laura, she like stops and she talks about James and stuff. So my final thoughts on this game, because we're almost done here, are that I think it's about forgiveness and self-forgiveness and processing guilt and trauma. It's not about punishment or retribution or revenge. It's not like James, got everything that was coming to him and now he's done his time. This game is about his trip through Silent Hill is him doing the hard stuff, facing his guilt and his pain head on, and being forgiven, and also reconciling everything that had gone wrong with Mary. I like to believe that he actually does speak to Mary in the final scene, to her soul or whatnot. Man, I am emotional. I don't even want to talk about my game results right now, but those are some pretty decent ones. Yeah, wow. I I'm gonna sound corny, but like, I don't really care if this gets a lot of views or people like it or stuff, because I just feel like I've kind of done my service to this game and kind of, I don't know, done this for me.